So, last we left off, the Moonstone Masquerade spoke to Eurydice about their dealings with the portal, gaining Arcadicia's favour, as well as access to the Elk's Head Guildhall for them to use as you see fit. We pick up on the evening of the 9th of Silverstar, settling in for your first night in the Bastion. So, we'll say it's probably about 7:30, 8-ish. What do you do?
I think Maeve and Archon were fighting over the best bedroom, like children.
That is true. If you want to make...
No, I'll give it to him. He's like, this is the first time you've seen him begrudgingly do something though. It's like, motherfucker, I bought you so much jewelry.
It would be fun to see Maeve and Archer just go total ape shit with spells.
It's like, have you ever seen two kids running for a hotel like the top bunk? That's what I imagined. Like,
just pushing each other out the way with like their 8 strength. But yeah, you're all currently sort of, around the Bastion. If there's nothing you want to do this evening, then that's completely fine, and we can move to the morning. But I will say, just before, Cass's upgrade to your Amulet of the Devout will be ready on the 13th, so you have 4 days to do whatever you want in the city.
Yep.
Three.
What was the date? Sorry, the 9th of what?
So today is the 9th. The 13th of Silverstar is when Cass's thing will be ready. So you have 3 days because it's the evening.
Yeah.
To do what you want.
Typing, by the way, because I'm using a proper keyboard today.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Good.
Luckily, Discord's got sound suppression.
To get everyone up, what is Cass doing?
Cass
I know, but
for everyone else, for the listeners, Cass bought an upgrade for Amulet of the Devout, but it's going to take time for it to be done because she upgraded her old one rather than buying a new one.
Oh right, she went to the
Godly Goods, everyone's favorite.
It raises my spell DC by 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a
Holy
lot.
shit.
Well, it's currently
It'll be
+1,
DC
but it
20.
will. Yeah, it'll be DC 20 when it's done. It's crazy.
Nice.
But is there anything you're doing that evening? If not, if not, that's fine.
Well, the only thing is, I think obviously we talked about in the interim time is that we were going to be landed on the workshop.
Yeah, I'm going to have that person come in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit late in the evening now.
Yeah,
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure, just so not how long we got.
When's noise curfew?
Yeah. In terms of what's available in the city, is there because this is where the what?
I'm going to the city map.
Oh yeah. I can't remember because a while ago now. Was there a collection of nerd wizards that I can go and bug?
The closest to a collection of nerds. I'm not going to say nerd wizards because not everyone's a wizard.
Every nerd is a wizard.
Some are artificers.
Some are artificers, some are probably bards.
Oh, they're the outcasts.
Not outcasts, they're better than wizards.
Hard disagree, Pete. Hard disagree.
The closest to that would be, I don't have it written on the map, but in the Lumina Court, Eurydice, mainly Lady Carla, but Eurydice and sort of some of the higher ups have a library.
It's mentioned, yeah.
Have various stuff. But that'd probably be closed because it is late.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, in the morning or at some point in the downtime, you can certainly go there to do that.
The only other thing I was going to mention is because I don't want to. I want to use the Bastion, which is why I was so panicky about what it can and can't do. I want to make sure it's useful. And the trophy room, whilst it's kind of like a free version of Legend Lore, but very, very specific. So I want to see if we can maximize the usefulness out of that. So unless anyone has another use for it, I'm going to go and ask Henk to get research in on the kind of things that could knock this celestial prison out of the sky and have it rain down to the floor as a meteorite. And I will give him the note that the thing that I'm giving him is the notes that I took whilst I was there, the pictures and stuff I took, sketchings and stuff I took of of the gate.
Yeah. Hank will get to work. As that is the equivalent of the research action for the Bastion.
Yeah.
Just a quick catch up, just so I know properly. Is it only one action, or is it?
No, you can do as many as you want, as long as only one per room, essentially.
One per room. Okay,
one per room per week, I think it is.
Okay,
yeah.
Awesome. Then can I be selfishly cheeky and instead of us for the first week of the Bastion giving people a proficiency, can I just steal it for the unarmed strike boost?
That's not up to me.
That is up to the group. I'm asking.
Totally fine to do that, but remember, it's not a permanent boost, yeah.
No, I know. Yeah, it's a 7-day boost.
Yeah.
And
I have.
It would be something that be something I'll do on the last day, I think, to maximise the effectiveness of it, because we're here for 4 days. So I guess for the first 4 days, you guys can have whatever you want from the training room.
Well, no, because that's not how it works. But
he's got to set up all the dummies. He's got to
Revan's got to get all the stuff. Hello.
So, and in terms of the teleportation circle,
yes,
this is the one I'm struggling with the most, actually.
Well, it's not. That's because it's not very important to like. It doesn't do very much.
Well, it's the visiting mage, right?
Well, I did mention before. I'm sort of like having a way with the visiting sort of portion of it. It's basically once a week I'll roll to see if Daisy's there or not.
Okay. Is she here this week?
Yeah. She's here. She's here because she's here.
Okay, but here's the problem, right? I'm still struggling to find out how we use this.
What do you mean?
We use it for the teleportation circle only.
Basically, you can use it for the teleportation circle. Daisy is able to cast one
fourth level spell a day.
Fourth or lower.
Fourth or lower, yeah.
No, sorry,
one a week, isn't it?
I will make it one a day because it feels a bit weird to be.
But even then, right? It sounds really panicky. I don't know what we'd have.
Yeah, but you don't have to have her do anything.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I mainly did it for the circle. She comes with the circle.
Yeah. We have her cast.
It's a bundle.
So this is the way I thought we could do it, right? Could we have a 1-day cast plant growth? Like, as a ritual.
It's not a wizard spell, is it?
I'm pretty confident it is. No, might not be. I thought it was. I thought she was a bard anyway.
You're technically right.
Kind of right.
Plant growth is bard, druid, ranger.
Bard, druid, ranger. Okay. So
yeah. What would you have her do with it?
Cast it as a ritual in the middle of the city.
She's not going to just do that.
Why not?
Because she still has it. She's not going to listen to your every command because she knows that's a really silly thing to do.
No. All plants in the half-mile radius. So basically, she's enriching the farming.
No, I know. But she's not going to go out and do something in the middle of the city without, like, the permission of
but like, no one's going to kick up, like... Okay. So, what I was thinking of, I was really trying to think of what is a useful thing to... Because what this is for... And this is so boring. What this is for is for the bastions that are attacked, right? This is a wizard who can come and drop a 4th level fireball, which is cool. Yeah. We don't need that. So I was thinking, what can I have her do that is relatively useful? And it came down to 2 things. It's plant growth once, right? And then aid.
Aid is a good one, to be fair.
Yeah, but it only affects 3 of us. And it's only 4th level.
But 4th level, it goes to like 15
HP. You can also just have her not do anything.
Yeah, we don't need
that's basically what it boiled down to in my head. I was like, okay, so she's just about, just like, help me move the sofa.
I mean, she's around to help if she's here.
I'm pretty sure Asher did say that if he could. If she didn't like rock up with the teleportation circle, it would have just been a teleportation circle.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's what I thought. But yeah, so if she's not going to cast plant growth and bring joy and happiness to the town, then.
But I will ask, like, isn't the town prospering?
It is. But is anyone going to say no to more food?
I mean, it says all plants, which could also mean like weeds and like hedges.
Yeah, but this is why I said in a farming area.
Mm-hmm.
But the more plants you have, the more herbivores you get, and then there's more grazing, and then you cause then you'd have to start.
Sam's on board.
You'd have to then start.
This is a classic problem, isn't it? People are like, oh, this area is just too bountiful. I can't work it.
You make that sound like a joke, but that's actually true in some cases. It's like
no, because it brings in more employment. It brings in more people.
Okay, we're not having this conversation.
What?
You could be Alex Mark too.
More people working means more traffic. Do you want more traffic?
I mean, I barely live here. I can always teleport out. Which always brings me to my second point: is Archon will only prepare a teleportation circle if he knows he's teleporting that day. I'm not going to have it stacked. So it's a massive waste.
Perfectly valid. That's what I do on Gale.
He also has the best spell list. It's fine. Let's keep going. Is there anything else you're doing that evening other than asking Riven to get the punching bags and getting Hank to check the books?
I think like a nice settle in, nice little bite to eat. All settle into our bedrooms and just relax for a bit. I think
we'll say since Daisy isn't casting any spells, we'll say she can cook. She makes some nice food for everyone that evening, and you will have
Well, everybody's eating and stuff. Maeve's just gonna have a bath and an early night because my plan is for her to go out first thing in the morning on the horse and just.
Oh yeah, she got a horse. Yeah.
That's fine. But yeah, at some point that evening, you will bed down.
Just saw the horse.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did a horse token.
Aww.
I did that.
Is Maeve a horse girl now?
Maeve's always been a horse girl. What do you mean now?
There's one here.
Oh, we didn't have horses.
One of them is movable.
Yeah, that one's the map.
One of them is here forever.
You were if you look at an old animated show, you know which part of the animation can be animated because it has a different colour.
Hold on, look, there's only one horse.
No,
it's like a Dragon Ball where you
God, what are you doing?
There we go. There's only what do you mean two horses?
You've got a stallion. Oh no!
But yeah,
about this amazing amount of D&D we're going to cover today.
I know. It's crazy. We've been arguing about plant growth and horses, but you all can take your long rest.
Hooray.
And in the morning, those of you that wake up, those of you who went to bed earlier, would hear a knock on the doors of the bastion.
I will open the door.
Piss off.
No, we don't want Girl Scout cookies.
Holla. Welcome
Jesus.
to Chateau Decidin.
Oh,
Porridge is going to shit on him from
Can Maeve be gone at this point?
I will say Maeve probably could have been gone because this is at probably 7:30, 8ish.
Yeah, cool. She's out there.
Okay.
But yeah, you get a knock on the door. I hope you don't answer like that. But you see, as you open the door, looks to be like a half-elven woman with sort of slightly tan skin, brown hair, the sides of her hair are shaved, and she's got a bunch of artificer-type gear on, including and she also has a metal hand, arm and hand. I'll just make this image bigger so you can see it.
Wait, so cool. Is that an actual prosthetic hand?
Yes, yeah.
Oh shit! How do you use the hand?
Is that literally the first question you're going to ask her?
Is that the first thing you say to this person?
My other hand got damaged when I punched idiots in the face too hard. What the fuck do you say to that? Can you imagine? Fucking
Is that really the worst thing that he's ever said to a person he's just walked up to?
Nope.
No, but I'm just making sure.
It's up there.
Just so I can plan my reaction. That is what you say as the instant
So
you see
after-
the woman.
Wait, what was it
Holla,
that he
holla,
said?
welcome to cast.
He said, "How'd you lose the hand?"
No, yeah, but what was the thing that he said to the guy whose parents were like dragonborn? Or no, was the guy dragonborn and the parents are human?
Oh, the
guy in the
Yuan-Ti
bar.
lizard folk or
Oh,
something.
the
yeah.
adopted one.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was
Yeah.
it he said?
I asked, like, how is that? What was the process in that? Was he adopted?
Well, you just looked up
say-
when, you adopted or some shit.
I didn't ask him. I asked the mum.
Where'd you find this?
Yeah.
No, if I remember correctly as well, you didn't ask if they were adopted. You were like, "How'd this
I
happen?"
just remember being blown away at
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, "What?" But
Yes,
okay, so
I-
just to
I
confirm,
did that.
you do say, "Okay, how'd you lose the hand? Or what happened to the hand?"
Yeah.
She says, "I was born without it." What do you want me
Oh.
to say? I,
Well, I thought it might have been an accident. I mean, you've got to call Meta one, and I just assumed that maybe you just made a functioning hand to replace.
I mean,
all the rods.
I made a functioning hand because I didn't have a hand.
Who wants to hand side his shovel early?
I literally sat here flabbergasted.
Am I?
I'm just gonna. Archon's just gonna come in and say, "Thank you, Sidon. Hello. Would you like to come in?"
I'm.
Sorry about him, he's mentally challenged.
Thalia.
Thalia, look, Thalia, nice to meet you, Thalia. Wait, that's not his voice. Hello. Ooh. What's his voice? How did Archon speak? Hello.
It was-
it's probably just my voice, right?
It was kind of just your voice. Yeah.
Okay, but posh.
Yeah.
Hello, Thalia. Lovely to meet you. I'm Archon. Come inside. We are recently known as the Moonlight Masquerade. How can I help?
Lady Kala
Wasn't it
said.
Moonstone, by the way?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Moonstone. Sorry.
Lady Kala said that you needed someone to help with the workshop.
Yes, excellent. And that's yourself, is it?
Yes.
Ah, wonderful. Yes. Well, come in. Make yourself at home. This is everybody. Everyone, this is is it Thalia or Thala?
Thalia, like Talia with a TH.
Yeah. This is Thalia. She's going to be, I suppose, running the workshop. It's wonderful, excellent, wonderful. Everyone,
Hi,
introduce themselves.
Everyone goes, "Hi, Thalia."
Now, can you tell us 3 interesting things about yourself?
I mean, I've got one that's
Not you, Sidon.
I mean, it was an interesting fact about her, but you know.
Well, three interesting facts. Well, I'm originally from Malachite. I only have one arm.
Looks at Sidon.
And
Good sport about it. She is a good sport about it.
I mean, I have to be when. Never mind. And another thing, I like muffins.
Well, excellent. Sorry for putting you on the spot like that. I was actually joking, but wonderful.
What kind of
Wonderful
muffins are we talking
Yeah.
about?
What
Is it
kind
like
of muffins?
chocolate or blueberry or...
Oat,
Plain.
banana.
I mean,
What?
if I like muffins, I like most kind of muffins.
Have you ever had a breakfast like a savoury breakfast muffin?
Yeah, I prefer the
I
sweet
don't mind
ones.
them.
But
Yeah, I prefer the sweet ones too. Anyway, probably not what you're here to talk about, right?
well, I mean, I'm at your service.
Yeah.
I'm here to help
Well,
with anything
excellent.
you need made.
Yeah. So I was hoping that you could assist because I'm a wizard. Here's my book.
You're a what?
I'm for a wizard, Harry. Anyway, here's my book, and I was looking to see if I could make it a more effective spellcasting focus. And there are a couple of options.
Archeron is whipping out his book in front of everyone.
I carry it around with me, Drax. Sometimes it floats. I'm now carrying it.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
just
look-
fucking with you.
I'm looking to make it a more effective spellcasting focus, and whether that is either making it more like the Arcane Grimoire, or more likely just amending it to see if I can, channel it to a more specific school of magic. I'm not quite sure. So, I mean, would it be okay if I had a bit of a think about it and came to speak to you in the workshop so I could, spitball some ideas?
Yeah, of course.
Excellent, wonderful. So this is the workshop, right?
Yeah. With
Okay.
the
These
label
people don't,
workshop.
sleep
Where
here,
it
right?
stands work.
Yeah. But these people don't sleep. They arrive and then piss off, don't they? At the end of the day, I assume.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah.
They are employees, not
Yeah.
homesteaders.
Yeah. But I guess they
Not-
could stay here if you wanted them
If they
to.
wanted them to. I mean,
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
some of them I think maybe, but this particular
I
one,
feel like, weirdly enough, I feel like Hank is even though he's the guy who runs the trophy room, I feel like he's the closest to groundskeeper of this place. So I feel like he would stay here. And I don't know if that's just because we've seen a Dragon Ball butler.
He's
So
not
I'm-
gonna be like our Alfred from.
No, that's Alex. How dare you?
But he's not here.
He's on a top secret mission, like Alfred.
Yeah. Look, let's not fuck with Alex because if he is like Alfred, he's probably going to pull out a double barrel and shoot anyone.
You don't know the secrets that Alex is hiding.
Yeah, he does not. He does not as such.
Have you read my notes?
You don't know what he's capable of.
No, I want to know.
I assume murder.
I mean, he could, but he's capable of making a really good grilled cheese, apparently.
To die.
So much so, I've got loads of these in this bag of holding.
That's true. But yeah, let me move to the city map.
Simon will go up to Archeron as Thalia makes herself at home in the workshop. I didn't think I was that awkward. Was it really that bad?
Poseidon. Now, I'm not the most comfortable person with speaking to new people. It's something I've really had to work on. As we've travelled, we've met lots of new people. I can say, however, that was probably one of the most painful things I've ever seen in my life, and I watched one of my friends die. So,
Wow.
yeah, it really. So here's the thing, right? Here's what I'd recommend. If you see someone and they have something that you would consider perhaps different or wrong, let's go with different rather than wrong.
Never wrong.
Yeah, never wrong. Different. So, for example, this Thalia who is born with one arm, but like it could be anything. Say, for example, if someone had a mark on their face, or their hair was unusual, or they were dressed in a particularly provocative way. If they can't change that in 5 minutes, probably not worth mentioning it to them.
Why?
Because they can't change.
Just think about it like this, like how sometimes you're missing brain cells.
No. What I mean is, why ignore it?
No, don't ignore it. Just don't mention it because they can't change it easily.
I'm not asking them to change it though.
But why draw attention to it? It might make someone uncomfortable. For example, the mark on my neck. Yes.
Mhm.
Maeve was when we first met, she was very reluctant to discuss her markings and things like that. So it's not polite. You know what manners maketh the man.
I like that.
Yeah.
movie.
But
It's a good movie.
I mean, if you just
Wait,
not.
does Poseidon not have his ring on anymore?
No,
I took that off ages ago.
Gutted.
Yeah, that was long.
That's why he's doing this.
Here's the thing. It's definitely possible to get a new ring that does the same thing and make him believe it does another thing again, to maybe get him to wear another ring that does the same thing.
Well, clearly he's fucking stupid enough to fall for it, so...
No. The best thing to do is probably have it so he gets a buff as well, as like it's stronger.
My argument is, why? It's not like I'm asking them to change it. I'm just acting more curious, and I feel like just ignoring the fact is just gonna make someone else feel uncomfortable. Awkward silence is
You just don't need to bring attention to it. For example, if someone doesn't have all functioning limbs at birth, perhaps we, rather than mention it and question how that happened, we just considerate of how we pass them things to hold. I'm going to so I'd like to insight Sidon to see how much of this is
Going in.
penetrating.
Yeah, go
Okay,
for it.
that's also a word for it.
I think the better way to look at it is how much does Sidon care enough to let it sink in?
I mean, with an
with an
Silky
8,
snake.
With an 8, Pete, how much does that sink in for Sidon?
I mean, you think he probably understands what you're on about.
He understands the words. I'm saying.
He understands the words.
The thing is he trying to hide that he's pretending to listen?
So in Sidon's mind, he understands what you're saying, and he gets why you try to avoid it. But in his eyes, he doesn't understand as to why that should make someone uncomfortable. Like, if they have a deformity and he brings attention to it, he's not bringing attention to it maliciously.
I think it's more the way that he's bringing attention to it, because there's this gentle way to bring attention to stuff like that, like asking genuinely curious instead of being like, "What the fuck happened to you?" Like it's
high five. Oh wait.
Yeah.
I didn't do that, and I was more curious.
Okay, so I think what it is perhaps a excuse me, a bit of a frog in my throat. This is perhaps we are coming at things from different. I like, and this is not a criticism. This is a simple statement of facts. I think you come at things emotionally. I like to come at things intellectually. Again, not a criticism, because
I would say it's not really emotional. It's more just rip the band-aid off.
Yeah, like a reflex. You see something, and you just instinctively go for it.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. So. Again, not criticism. So when I something I'm curious about, I like to after, especially what's happened. I've acted in the moment before, and it's had negative consequences for me and for everyone around me. And so now I like to consider the ramifications of things that I say and do. Not overanalyze them. Just quick sensor check. Does three passes of a gate? Is this a good thing to say? Will this have a negative consequence? And will this leave the person I'm speaking to with the opinion of me that I want them to have? And if it's a check, then yes, it's good to say. And if it fails at any one of those gates, a quick refresh, quick shuffle around of the words, and it's fine. However, that does mean that I'm censoring myself a lot to people. So I will say there is a certain admirable quality about being your true, authentic self all the time.
Will say, who cares what people think? Just be yourself. Stop censoring yourself, man.
No. Well, no. It's not that I'm censoring. Well, I'm a little bit censoring myself. However, I just want to be the best version of myself I can be.
Well, the best version of you is you, without having to hide anything.
But then, if I'm always the best I can be, why strive for something different? I want to grow. I want to become even better. I would like to be
growing to be the best version of yourself is different than trying to be something you're not.
But I'm growing towards what I would like to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think because I would like to be thought of as a considerate person, then perhaps at my nature that means I am a considerate person.
Yeah.
It's just about making those correct choices. Do you see what I mean? This is always a very, very in-depth conversation to have over a savoury muffin at breakfast.
Should have gone for the chocolate ones.
But I can set up my fighting room for you today, as long as we're not going to go out fighting real things today. You can have a go at the VR Archeron experience if you'd like.
The danger room. Yeah. Riven's like, can I get in on that?
Oh yeah, by all means, yes. Anyone else? Mel, Layla. Do you have any other fighters in the air? Drac, yes.
You want in?
Is it like a 2-player co-op or
well,
against each other?
Not cooperative, more competitive, but you aren't hurting each other.
Oh, competitive. That's even better.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's go.
Okay, excellent. Well, that'll be fun, I'm sure. Okay, well, I'm going to eat my muffin and read about these particular books that have caught my eye. So somebody else talk for a moment.
Cool. Is there anything you guys are doing on the first day, I should say, in your downtime in the Pharos? Because I've changed the Pharos map if you want to go and buy anything if you haven't, or whatever. You can see a play at the Marble Sanctum if you wish, or whatever, or go riding on a horse. No one in particular.
What shops are there specifically? Is there anything more martial in terms of shops, or is it more magical and general goods?
You could definitely find. Let me look at my shopping notes. You can definitely find some martial type equipment if you were looking. You probably would have been given. Lady Carla would have given you a map or something of the city with like little notes next to it to say, you know, what you could find there if you were to buy something, if you were to, you know, go out to shopping. And she would have mentioned that depending on what you're looking for, I mean, no matter what you're looking for, sorry, the Oxide Market will probably have something similar. Because that is just like an open air, or not an open air, it's got like a canopied roof with like cloth and stuff. You can find almost anything. You might not find it that day, but you might be able to find it eventually. But if you're looking for more specific items of like the martial kind, the Tinkerer's Terrace has a collection of various creators and artisans and crafters, which she would have told you, or you would be able to read, would likely have some weapons and armor included in one of those people's stock.
I might take a look. I'm not looking for anything specific, but what I am kind of looking for potentially is maybe a second gauntlet to go in my power gauntlet. Maybe something else, maybe something to strap to my legs to amplify my kicking power, something of that nature. I don't know if there's anything of that nature in there.
We're gonna do like Deku from Hero Academia.
It wasn't originally that thinking, but I guess kind of similar. I don't know if you have anything planned of that nature. If you don't, I don't have to get anything, but I will still take a look.
Okay.
I do need to ask a question because I may have made a mistake on my notes on my character sheet. So I just need to check who has Nyx's character sheet.
I do.
Does she have the dragon vessel?
Yes.
Okay, then
Unless you want it.
No, I don't want it. She can hold on to it for now. It's just that I have it in my inventory, but I left a note, and I've just noticed that I've left the note on the wrong item.
Oh.
I'm like, I was looking at the power gauntlet. I was like, why would I give that to Nyx? Why is that with Nyx? And then I looked over at the dragon vessel. Doesn't have a note on it, so I just wanted to confirm that
you did that. You did that before the fight. With in the
okay.
portal, just in case. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just going to.
You just gotta swap that over.
Yep.
But yeah, you heading over to the Tinker's Terrace. You sort of walk through the Copper Vale, which is that sort of like the bottom area of the city. It sort of goes from that greeny blue oxidized color and sort of shifts towards the more natural browns of copper, like the browny orange. And you walk and you can see this huge, almost bandstand-like structure. It's got walls and stuff, but you sort of walk up one of the sides of it, and inside is like this circular structure with multiple not pop-up stands, like smaller alcoves where people have their goods. Currently you can see 2 people have for like their stuff set up. There is what looks to be a female elf with various gem and like glass work stuff, and there is a half-orc man who has various like metal work, like weapons and stuff. I actually had to have an image for this guy because I wanted to do it. In general, there's the image of him. I don't actually know if I have it on the Roll20, so I can't actually show the people, but it's fine. But yeah, he's like a half-orc man with like wearing a yellow, what's the word? Like almost like a tank top, but it's like a coat. With this sort of
I know the type of thing
I don't know how to describe that.
It's like a vest jacket thing.
Yeah. He's got like It is though. I don't know. It's like a sleeveless
body warmer.
A body warmer, yeah. But yeah, he's sitting there. He's like using a toothpick to pick something out of his teeth. He's like got his legs up, not on the counter, but on like a stool next to the counter. Yeah, and you can see there are some items. None of them really matched what you said. You wanted, but I'll just send these. Put this in general. If you want me to tell you what those items do, that's fine.
Look, prism classes.
The elf, they all have name tags on, and the female elf is called Eleanor, and the half orc is called Miguel.
Okay. So here's the question, right? So I'll be honest, what I was kind of looking for when I was saying amplify my unarmed strike, I was kind of looking if this is possible. I don't know how possible it is, but essentially a +1 weapon, but for unarmed strikes.
I think they do exist now.
Oh.
It's like a belt, isn't it? It's like a belt, a monk belt or something.
I think it. Yeah, I think it. Let me look quickly because I remember I was.
It's from.
No, it's not.
Sure
Well, that is save DC, but there is. Let me look because I remember I was
it's the
looking.
Eldritch Claw. It's the Eldritch
No,
Claw.
it's not.
Well, 'cause that gives you +1 to your-
yes, it does. But there are new items
Maybe
called
it's,
wraps of unarmed prowess. Unarmed power. Sorry. They're 3 rarities. One of them. Wearing these wraps, you have a bonus to attack and damage rolls with your unarmed strikes. This bonus is determined by the wrap's rarity, and those strikes deal your choice of force damage or their normal damage type.
Okay. And quick question: are they? Am I able to find them anywhere in the city?
You could probably not in the Tinker's Terrace, but if you go over to the Oxide Market, you walk in, be like, I don't want any of your stuff.
Yeah,
Walk out.
sorry. Not for me.
The elf looks down at her nose at you.
Sorry, I'm just not a glass guy. What are you gonna say? I mean, it's pretty, but
She gives you that high elven look of superiority.
I would like to see how the glass-studded leather looks because that feels weird.
It is weird.
Yeah, I've got an image of the glass armor from Skyrim.
It doesn't have an image. It doesn't have an image, but a picture. I'm gonna say picture normal studded leather, but all of the studs on them are like refined bits of hardened glass. Well, I will tell you what they do, just in case. While wearing this armor, you have resistance to radiant damage. Each time a creature makes a melee attack against you, it takes 3 piercing damage. A creature can choose to make this attack with disadvantage to avoid the 3 damage. So it's kind of cool, but yeah. So you head over to the Oxide Market instead. And you sort of see that sprawling tangle of various stalls and buildings and tents and stuff. So there is a common, uncommon, uncommon, rare, very rare, being +1, +2, +3.
Okay, and
what? Yeah.
Just to quickly confirm, are they attunement or not?
No.
Okay, and how much would you charge for the?
Well, let's see if you can find it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
So I will say you can find. Okay. I'll tell you. Roll me a d20. On a 5 or higher, you find the uncommon. 10 or higher, rare. 15 or higher, very rare. 10. So you can find the rare ones.
Awesome. That would be perfect.
And the rare ones, I'll say, because I will price them at... Yeah, we'll say, as you're looking around, you're sort of getting lost in the various, stalls and the many people going.
Yeah, have you ever just walked through a town centre and just got completely lost? It's happened to me several times where I've just started wandering, looking for something specific, and I've ended up God knows where.
So the city is relatively dense. There's a lot of people in the city, but the Oxide Market probably has double the density in that area, and people are just walking past you. It's like a London market, and we'll
they trying to like drag you in like the barter as well?
Oh, buskers.
they're multiple. And we'll say you see, as you're going, a stall that has various, what's the best way to describe it? Monk, martial type stuff. You can see it's run by I'm trying to pick a race I don't usually pick. An Aarakocra.
The default one I go to when I think of a race I don't pick a lot. It's always Aarakocra.
I was just like scrolling through because I feel like I've used a lot of because I've used a few Dragonborn, I've used a few Tieflings.
You can't use Turtle as well because it's too close to.
Yeah, that's legally. I can't legally distinct.
Okay, yeah, you can't use Turtle because of
Adult Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Yeah, but you could use an Aarakocra and make him a crane style Aarakocra.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you see I don't have to think of a bird. A bird? No. A
Parrot.
No.
Flamingo.
Right.
No, I don't.
A jackdaw.
No, they're always crows, aren't they? Starling. Starling.
Yeah, we'll say a starling. I was going to go with a robin, but we'll say a starling.
Is Starling?
No.
No.
And you can see they do have that crane hat on there. And they are like looking down at what appears to be, a book or like a ledger of some sort. And as you're approaching, like you don't even notice that you see them at first, but then they sort of look up towards where you are, and you hear them whisper, but it's really loud, so you shouldn't hear them whisper, if that makes sense.
Like
And
shout whispers.
and you hear them say, "Looking for something, my friend?"
Yeah, I was looking for something to amplify my punching power.
Your punching power. Well, we've got a few things. And you can see they lay out a few items. One of which being a pair of. They are like cloth wraps, but they are covered in various runes that are written in. I'll say primordial.
I understand primordial.
Yeah. I was trying to think of what Aarakocra would be. I guess it's like flying bird type thing. Primordial, yeah. They seem to be like following some like teachings from the plane of air. And this Aarakocra says, "Well, if you're looking for something like that, this could certainly help. If that's what you're looking for."
Yeah, and how much will you be willing to let them go for?
Well, they are a nice item. I'll say 500 gold.
500 gold?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'll yeah. Straight up, 100%. Yeah, I'm game for that.
You see, they wrap up the wraps and place them in a little gift bag for you, and they say, "Well," and they put their what's the word? Claw out for the money.
500 gold is 50 platinum.
50 platinum. Yeah.
Yeah, I will give them 55 platinum.
Wait. So you're giving them 550.
550.
Okay.
They get a big tip.
I was gonna say, they also put in, because of that, they put in like an incense stick and burner for you. Nothing fancy, just like a nice one. Thank you very much.
Yes.
What does it stand on the incense, like Oxide Market?
I really appreciate this. It's been a pleasure. Stay on the path. Yada yada. I
imagine Silash says stay on the path, yada 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 yada.
Why did I think that whole interaction was like, I need something to increase my punching power? Well, we've got some under the counter stuff and whipped out some steroids.
Nah, Steiner would
performance enhancing drugs.
Steiner would not take performance enhancing drugs. Magic items are different.
Performance enhancing magical items.
and then obviously when it was like, it's like how much was it? 500 gold. Yeah, I do. It's like, and then it's that Monty Python sketch. It's like, no, you got to boss with me, like for an counter offer. Because the way you made it seem like he was stunned, like he's just accepting this.
I did think he was going to try and boss her, but it's fine. Birdie McBurnface isn't complaining. But yeah, you get your Raps of Unarmed Power +2.
Yeah. What's the difference between Raps of Unarmed Power +2 and Raps of Unarmed Prowess +2, other than the fact that one's from Book of Many Things and one's from 2024?
I have no idea.
Oh, it's perfectly fine.
Oh, while wearing these cloth wraps, your arm strikes to magical for the purpose of open resistance, and you gain a bonus. Oh, they are slightly different. One of them they can choose to be force damage. The other one is just plus damage.
Okay. So basically, I think I know what the difference is. It's basically updated to follow the monk rules for the unarmed power ones.
I think so, yeah.
Whereas the unarmed prowess ones are based on 2014
yeah,
which doesn't let you choose between force or regular damage.
Yeah. Cool. But you get them, and you can carry on, probably find some mystery meat and whatever, going Sidon. But yeah, is there anything else the rest of you are doing this on this day? That sounded pretty weird. On this day,
I'm chasing cats.
Cass is trying to chase a cat. I know you're talking about in real life. But Cass is trying to chase a cat. She's trying to chase Sen, who is a teleporting cat, so it doesn't really work.
You mentioned there's a library.
Yes, there is a library.
One of those places.
Like that. Cool. So Ultron, you begin sort of wandering around the Lumina Court, trying to find maybe not something to do, but something that takes your fancy.
I've been told there's a library, so Archeron takes on like the appearance of one of those 1950s cartoon dogs, when they're sniffing the floor. Like, I smell books, I smell.
A few of the high class members of Lumina Court, like, what the fuck are you doing? But no,
sure, this guy saved us.
You can see that. In fact, sort of as you're going, if you make it known that you want to go to the library, Daisy will point you in the right direction because she knows where it is.
Daisy?
No worries. And you sort of walk across the main court area, and there is a sort of pretty close to where Eurydice's main building is. There's like a taller, not like tower type structure, but it's just like a slightly taller building that has multiple floors on the inside, with various windows and that same accoutrement that you'd expect from the court.
Yeah, and has it got any interesting architectural features, like donating its particularly interested in one thing? So I know Eurydice is pretty cagey about whether or not they're getting power from the Fae. Not cagey, like a little bit wink wink nudge nudge about it.
Yeah.
So is there anything like that about the library?
I'll say no. However, you can tell that from the design. Obviously, the main court has the sort of the greeny blue turquoise type roofs, which are very common in this area, and the sort of the white walls and stuff. This building does have a lot of more of like a sapphire type blue design to its walls, and it's got engravings on the side of it, and you're trying to figure out where you've seen it before. And as you sort of step in, you can see sitting on not like at a help desk, but sitting on one of the desks closer to the door is Lady Kala, who is sitting there, and you're like, oh, she has the exact same color palette as this building. She wears a very similar color to this building, and you see she looks up to you, Archer, and says, "Oh, hi. Do the books take your fancy?"
Yes, and I promise no vomiting today.
Yeah, please.
Woo, Nelly. Yes, so I'm just curious. Such a glorious building filled with so many tomes. I don't even know where to start. Do you have any recommendations? Any personal favourites?
Well, that depends on what you're looking for. I've read a lot of these books. I don't really have favorites because I've read so many. But there are works of various playwrights, musicians, and the history, the whatever takes your fancy. Really, I've curated this a lot myself.
Are there any? So obviously, with what's happening with these demonic invasions, I'm looking for something mythology, history of the gods, that kind of thing. If you could, if there's anything there, we have Henk in the guild hall investigating specifically around the celestial prison, whatever you want to call it.
How's the Bastion treating you?
Well, yeah, great first night, very comfortable. Didn't quite get the bedroom I wanted, but win some, lose some. But yeah, I think it's really nice. Everyone seems really friendly, so I think it's going to be good.
Good, and Thalia showed up.
Yes, she did. Good. Yes, so thinking about how we can best put her to work. So I've been thinking about that as well. But we want to make, we want to keep them all busy. So we've got Henk working. We've got Riven preparing to give Sidon a sound beating, which I'm sure will be fun to watch. And we have Daisy, who's shown me how to get her in bed as a slap-up meal last night.
Good.
So yes, looking to put Thalia to work as soon as possible. But no, so yes, we've got Henk looking into the specifics of the celestial prison. But what I'm looking for, kind of more generally, are similar kind of myths, stories, that kind of thing about times when the gods would have teamed up to face down like a demonic or devilish or rather fiendish threat. To see if there's anything else perhaps that we've overlooked or perhaps we could expect, because I have the nagging feeling that this isn't over yet.
Let me see. She stands up and just closes the book she was reading. It doesn't seem like an important book. She was clearly like writing notes in it or something.
It's a coloring book, isn't it?
No.
No.
And she sort of looks around the library, and you look up at this point, and you can see there are floors and floors of tomes lining the walls. And so the central area is another pillar that is just covered in bookshelves. And there are various, like ladders and stairways to get up to them. But you see, I just punched the monitor, and you see she looks up to like a spot and moves her hand in like a spellcasting-y way and summons a mage hand and grabs like 2 or 3 of them. If you want to make me a investigation check with advantage.
Sure. I'm going to give myself guidance.
Okay.
Because I think that's a thing that I can do. Investigation +9. That's a 27. But wait, there's more. For some reason it's not rolling double. I don't know why. It usually does. Oh, it'll be money.
But there's more.
27 plus 2. 29.
29.
Do I see any books?
You do see a lot of books. You're overwhelmed by the books. The books start attacking you. There are too many books. You suffocate.
I've got this image of Sokka from Avatar: The Last Airbender. The library.
The library. But she takes a few books and like puts them on a table in front of you and says, "These might do. If you need anything else, I'll be around."
Yes.
Feel free to look around as well.
Excellent. I will. Don't worry. So there is one more thing, not quite as urgent, but I'm always looking to expand my knowledge of spells and magic. So, are there any particular people you could direct me towards, or any particular areas of the library that you think would be, interesting for a wizard?
I laughed. She laughs that same way, and says, "Well, I mean, if you're looking to expand your repertoire of magic, I don't need to guide you in the right direction. I mean, I know a thing or two about magic."
I didn't realise. Sorry, I wasn't there for the first introduction. I wrongly then assumed, for some reason, I had it in my head you were, I don't know, martial class. I don't know why. But excellent, wonderful, perfect. Do you have a particular favourite school of magic?
I mean, I do like enchantment, but that comes with the station.
Sorry, what does she mean by that?
You know.
Okay, so yeah, I will ask. Sorry, what do you mean with comes with the station? Liking it? Do you? I mean.
Well, she sort of thinks for a second. There are a few people around Periphalon, not just in Arcadia, who have an affinity with certain magics. Almost like the Feywild, how their courts match with the schools of magic that we practice. And let's just say someone around is very good at enchantment magic, and I'm very good friends with them.
Ah, okay, and we can't say who. Wink,
She
wink.
gives a shrug. Gives a shrug and a smirk.
Okay, okay, sorry. There's someone around very good at enchantment. And you mentioned that there are other people in Arcadia, in Periphalon, who have similar kind of how to best describe this? Say, for example, this particular nameless person who I can't possibly imagine who it is would be like an avatar for enchantment magic in this particular area. Would there perhaps be a similar position for necromancy, transmutation rather, divination, things like that?
She gives a similar shrug and says, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Interesting. Well, that is fascinating.
But
well,
I do have some magics if you want to learn it. But
yes, if you'd like to do, the old Pokemon card swap, I'll show you what I have in my spellbook. If you show me what you've got in yours.
What's a Pokemon?
Well, it might take a while for how do I describe this? Learning new spells isn't quick, especially when they're not common. So it might take some time. If you want to read those first, I can help after.
Yes,
or
sure,
vice versa. Completely up to you.
I'm a very quick study. But yes, I will have a flick through these, and then if there's anything I'll leave you with my spell. But you can have a look. There's some spells in there that I've made, some spells in there that have been made by friends and associates, that I've picked up on the travel. So anything there catches your eye. Prid quo quo. Wait, no, prid quo pro. There we go. I don't know what I said. And so yes, okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Lady Calla. Do you have a last name or a first name?
I mean, Kala is my first name.
I wanted to make sure. Do you have a last name?
I do have a last name. My name is Lady Kala Utopy.
Utopy?
Yes.
Okay.
Euterpe.
Euterpe. Okay. Interesting. Sorry. Full name can't be Lady Kala Utopy. It's got to be Kala Utopy, right?
What?
Her first name isn't Lady.
No, her first name isn't Lady.
Right. Okay. Okay. Cool. Sorry, I'm trying to make notes, and my notes are actually garbled. Okay. Thank you so much, Lady Kalla. Much appreciated. I shall get right to it.
You
see,
she like goes to a chair and just starts like reading through your spell book, and then there's a bit where she like moves the book slightly further, as if she's probably looking at one of the weird drawings you've done, and is confused.
These wrists, so many wrists. What the fuck?
Why is there a whole chapter for wrist-based magic? I don't know how I feel
Is that
about
an
this.
angle section for the wrist movements?
I googled it, and there is a fetish for wrists, but it's generally women wearing chunky watches. And I was like, okay, it's harmless. I have no comment. I have nothing to say about this. But okay.
She's like, I know the somatic components for a spell are important, but the wrist movements.
Yes.
But yeah, you begin to read the book, and I'll make that the investigation check, part of the investigation check you made a minute ago. What are you looking for specifically?
Okay, so I don't. My investigation and religion are equitable. It's the same number. But it occurred to me that there may be, specifically, I think Archeron knows a lot about one or two gods, and then with maybe the slightly more eclectic gods, it kind of fades off as he wasn't particularly interested in it. But as he's a big reader of like cryptozoology and stuff like that, he probably knows just a fair bit from just being about. So what he's looking for is any things that he hasn't already thought of instances where gods have basically Voltron together. You know what I mean? Like big events that perhaps didn't have a massive impact on Periphalon, so it wouldn't necessarily be super clear that he missed out on it. You know, I imagine if there's something that happened, like, you know, with the huge dragon, like that you know, either happened ages ago or whatever. So that kind of thing. Just like if you've got any other prophecies, a lot of poems you want to share.
Okay, so I'll say the thing that you do find, there isn't much. There are obviously talks about the gods working together, but not in that sort of sense, because it's been a while since they've needed to intervene on such a intense level, I guess is the best way to put it. Obviously, there are many occasions where a god would have come down or appeared and, you know, done a few things, but nothing to the extent of that big portal that you guys found before. However, there is one piece that catches your eye, I guess, on the pages. I might really find it. Hold on. Yeah. So it talks of something that happened approximately. I say approximately. I'm going to give you an almost exact number. In about at about, I'll just say the number. Like 630 ND, 632 in that space of like 2 years. So about just under 900 years ago. And it speaks of multiple, I will use the word incursions loosely, because when I say incursions, you think of the demons. Multiple attacks, multiple things happening at a similar time that required the gods to properly intervene to stop them. There is mention in this of... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the best way to structure this. There is talk of a old settlement, I guess is the best word, in what is now Itheralda, that was ruled by a man who was not very nice, let's put it lightly. A man named Malvorn, Malvorn. And his settlement, his empire, his bastion, his fort, whatever you want to call it, was completely sunk underground in a matter of minutes from the work of... Where is it? From the work of Moralis, who is the god of duality and law. Malvorn's settlement was ruined beyond recognition and sunk beneath the earth. You see, there is also a map of where it was, and when you overlay it with a map of Periphalon as it is currently, you get space where the hold on. God, my brain's not working. The place where the Vermilion Moorland now is.
Okay.
There was also talk of a second godly form being present there. However, they are not named because it seems like anyone who would have seen it, like properly, did not live to give an accurate account of what it was.
My theory correct?
Malborn. I feel like we've heard that name before, and I just can't place it. Bun says it may be from one of the one-shots.
I can possibly say.
Okay, but this is not me. This is me speaking. Is this the guy who melted at the party we were at?
No.
Oh, but we do know that name.
You do know that name, but I can possibly say where.
I can't say.
We went underground in the sewer with the other
no.
with Vesh and that crew.
Wait, is it from the guy on the island? When Team Cannon?
No. I will say Archeron, since Archeron may have heard the name before. If you want to make me a further history check
Yeah, sure.
for the name Malvorn, I will tell
He
you.
sits back and taps his quill, forgetting there's ink in it, and gives himself a mustache. But he looks badass. It's fine. Let's see.
27.
27 again, yeah.
Yeah. Thinking of the name Malvorn, you have heard it before. In fact, other than Cass, because Cass wasn't here at the time. You've all heard the name Malvorn as linked to the. Hold on, I want to make sure I don't give you more
Wasn't
information.
It the underground cavern.
I don't want to have a gem dragon situation.
No,
So
I've been thinking about it, but I can't. In fact, I can match it.
The guy under Crown Top.
No, it's when we were in the moorlands. There was you remember we walked through the tree, the blood tree. I think it's then, but I can't check my notes, so that's fucking weeks ago as well.
That is.
There are
Ago.
yeah.
Yeah.
There is the name Malvorn does ring a bell to you, Archeron, because someone who you know, albeit not very well, and it's not my fault, I said the name before, because when you first met Caleb, he linked Malvorn to the Crimson Hand. And the Crimson Hand had a base of operations within the Vermilion Moorland.
Yeah.
And you then think of something that you haven't linked before, that I don't think anyone's linked before other than me, because I have it written down. The devil, Belith, who you briefly met in that place, beneath the Moorlands, called herself the mistress of the house, as in someone who is there but perhaps shouldn't be, being that it's someone else's house.
Like a concubine or a consort.
Yeah. Leave that.
So
this information.
I'm gonna hazard a guess here.
Mm.
Are you eating?
Yeah, I was trying to swallow before I came up, but I didn't want to move on with it. It sounded like we were about to move on, and I wanted to get my theory out before you did. But it sounds like that tree may have been where Malvorn was, and she was the mistress of that place where she wasn't.
We ended up going downstairs. If you remember, we walked through like I can't
downstairs
remember
in a
but
place.
It's like an awful staircase. I seem to remember.
Yeah, downstairs in a place where you've just laid the map over, and the Vermilion Moorlands is on top of a sunken.
And whereas
empire?
the walls of when you were going down through that, there was just gonna make sure I get this right so I don't do not stupid. There was. Sorry, I'm trying to grab it. Yeah. So obviously the walls of that pathway down when you were traveling, like beneath the tree, it was like tree roots mostly, with like these weird orange veins through it. However, when you got down to the actual building, it was like stone and walls, like an actual building. No, and not like carved stone, like a cave. It was like actual
bricks.
stone, bricks. And there was a throne.
Okay. Putting that together then, is there any looking around? Assuming Lady Cal is still absolutely staggered about how just the amount of detail Archer's got into some of his drawings. Is there anywhere that I could think of that maybe there would be some more information about Malvorn?
Yeah,
I'll empire rather. What was like, for example, what his empire was called. The other thing, this is a real jump. The Vermilion Flame Tongue, right?
Yes.
Was that there before it was sank or after? So is the Flame Tongue a result of what Morales did, or just happened to be in that area anyway? Is another thing I'm interested in.
I'll say when you're looking through the book, let me find the bit of Malvorn that I have written down. Hold on. You. Sorry, it's really it's deep in the notes. I knew some of that off the top of my head.
It's deep in the crevices of my madness.
Here we go. So, it was. There is no name for Malvorn's empire, if that makes sense. But his stronghold was clearly where the Moorlands is. His full name was Malvorn. Why did I write this? It's pronounced I think it's Welsh. It's kin.
It's pronounced however you want it to be pronounced on the
that's
DM.
True. Can I
use it in the chat?
Yeah. Can I guess how I'm gonna spell it? It's in the Roll20. Kinnaid. But it's not though, because I I don't know. It's something like that. Because there's apparently a G in there. A G sound, doesn't matter.
I need to do what Matt Mercer does and actually write the phonetics.
I did.
Are you sure that C isn't supposed to be a G then?
No. I will say.
It's a derivative. Sorry, a derivative name for it is Kenneth. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kenneth.
Just googling it now. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say.
Right.
Sorry.
King of the Picks.
Yep.
Yep.
And it isn't said that there were those flowers before he was there. However, while he was there, it said those flowers grew.
The flowers. Okay. And last bit in this immediate part about his empire, you said he was not a nice man, and these incursions presumably attracted the ire of Morales, who is the god of law and judgment, but not the god of right and wrong. So that law is very, very emotionally dry, isn't it? The law, and there is no.
He is the god of morals, law, and duality.
Oh, morals. Okay, morals. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of that, then, if he's what am I trying to ask you? Basically, what kind of shit was he doing to piss off the god of law?
Okay.
Was he just not paying his speeding fines?
Yeah.
He had fucking VPNs everywhere, was streaming stuff from all over the place.
It was illegal. You want to steal a car?
Yeah.
Is that a Soviet Union situation?
No. Trying to read it.
I'm assuming with the advent of the Flame Tongue and the fact that you mentioned Belith, he's doing something with devils.
Cheeky bastard. He knows what's up.
You want to talk?
Exactly, that's what I mean. He knows what's up.
It is not mentioned specifically that he made any deals with fiends of any kind. However, it is mentioned that he used it is mentioned that he used fear and fire to maintain his foothold.
So this is like a burn the witch kind of situation. Only instead of it just being random people being chosen as witches, he just gets a martyr and scares people by burning them at the stake. It's my assumption, anyway.
It's also mentioned that this other person is never named, but it is mentioned that he had a advisor that, let's say, was less than stellar. Who was
Female
always...
advisor? Always wearing red?
Completely dog shit. Like, oh, keep attacking Russia, it's fine, they'll get ground down eventually, kind of.
Was it a female advisor? Always wearing red?
The advisor is never described, but when they are mentioned mentioned as she or her.
Female who basically advised him to do bad things or advised him poorly, because
who was always. It's uncertain. It's unknown what he did was his it was what he chose or what his advisor said, but the advisor was always or almost always with him.
Okay, like whispering in their ear, worm tongue style.
Yeah, I was about to say worm tongue style.
Worm tongue, Jafar.
Yeah.
Pick another.
Iago.
Yeah. Yeah, the bird.
I was to say Iago, but I couldn't say it with a straight face, so Andrew picked it up.
Jafar.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's enough for Archeron's brain to start ticking over on. He doesn't know a lot about Morales. I may ask Nyx about it if she knows anything. I don't know how down to clown she is about talking about this guy, but presumably she's aware of him. I may ask Cass as well.
Well, isn't Morales Nyx's patron? Was her god? I can't
Was her
remember.
god,
Yes.
Yeah. So I'd assume she knows a bit about him, but
the reason that I say I will ask is I just don't imagine like Archer's like, right, I'm going off to the library. Nyx, do you want to come? I just can't see that happening. Like it's very much like friend of a friend of a friend kind of thing. Like they get on fine, but they just don't want to spend any time alone together.
It's also, I would just say one final thing is around that similar time. It is also mentioned in that same book, probably about Malvorn's empire, is that during that time he was also what's the best word? He was also he mentioned a few times, or it was mentioned a few times in the book, of a threat that he himself could not deal with, but he was very clearly scared of. And it was the threat of a strange, malformed dragon.
a sapphire dragon.
It was not a sapphire dragon, Peter. A malformed dragon that part of him could not comprehend what it was. He knew it was a black dragon. Black dragon. There you go. There's your answer. I did mean to say black dragon. I didn't mean to say it then. It's fine. It's just dragons, man. I can't. It was a black dragon that is mentioned to have ruined the area multiple times. That he used almost when he was first gaining power to like rally against. A enemy of my enemy.
Yeah.
And that dragon was called the Nox.
We've heard that name
NOX.
before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was on the list of dragons. Big ones.
Melbourne used as a Call to War. Okay. Cold one.
Is there anything else I should mention about the dragon?
Is I don't want to bogart this entire last half an hour, so I will. If you want, I will say Archon reads more about it, but we can move on if you want.
I'm just trying to think if there's anything I should mention at this particular point.
This junction.
I won't mention anything. However, it was stated that the dragon was never known to have been killed. But that is what I'll say. The dragon was not killed, but it did escape at some point, but no one knows where it went.
No, it lost. What you're saying is lost the fight, but fled.
900 years is an adequate time for a dragon of adult size to become ancient, right?
Yeah, but it would have said that the dragon at that time was already ancient.
Oh, okay.
Can dragons die of old age, or do they just get
Yes,
more
I would say they
ancient?
can, but it would take a very long time for a dragon to die of old age.
Interesting.
Age of the world time.
The apocalypse is coming.
But yeah, the last thing I'll say for now, unless anyone does want to do anything this day, is that once Archon's finished,
want to do something.
Okay, I'll do this quickly, and then we'll go to Drag. Archon, the last thing that I'll say for you is that at some point when you're finished reading whatever you're trying to find out, Lady Kala is still there, and she is happy to start trying to teach you some spells.
Yeah.
I have 3 spells written down that I have made that you can learn. We'll say at this point it's 1 p.m. because it would have taken you would have got up later and then been reading for a few hours. Basically, every 4 hours you spend learning magic with her. I'm gonna have you make an Arcana check, and depending if you roll a DC or higher, you'll learn the first one, and then 4 hours will go by, another one higher, you get the next one, and same for the last one. However, if you fail any of them, you have to wait 24 hours to retry it.
Okay. Is she free tomorrow?
She'll be free enough time for you to do at least one every day.
Okay, I was going to say, I'll do one today and see how we get on tomorrow.
Okay, if you want to roll me an Arcana check, and we'll get back to that after. Drac.
Low roll.
Yeah, Drac, what were you doing?
We just talked a little bit about this, since we don't use that Vexnick stuff.
Oh, yeah.
That I could train with, what's her name, Riven?
Riven, yeah.
Yeah, to learn the Nick version of those things.
I said you could train with Riven to learn some of the feats that I made, or change one of the feats that I made.
Yeah.
The slashing weapon mods. I can't remember what I called that.
Yeah, that
those
thing.
ones. It would take time, and I'm trying to think whether I should be kind of mean about this or not. Only because technically Sidon set them up to help with unarmed punching stuff.
I did say that.
If she's busy, I have another thing I could do instead. So,
weapon technique is what I call it. That's what I was thinking of. I will say because Pete did say that, and obviously Pete, you said that you do it on the last day, but it's kind of like one or the other, and it has to be at the start of the wheel. You did them all at the same time. I'll say no to that for now, Wu. However, at some point you could change it.
Sidon, you're dead to me.
I'm sorry, I did ask at the start of the day if I could be selfish.
It's totally fine.
But you didn't tell us how selfish you would be. I'm just kidding.
Then I will. Is Lila there, by the way?
Layla's there, yeah.
Then I will ask her if she could teach me, like, a little how to use a slashing weapon, since she's using that, and I have always used piercing weapons. So,
yeah.
like, teach me the basics.
Yeah, I can certainly try.
Yeah, because, I usually use these ones, and I point to my rapier.
The rapier and your arm.
Yeah. And since we found this, I would like to learn how to use it like you use your weapons, because it's not the same thing. It feels weird.
Yeah.
Oh, the weird what's the weapon in it? The
Demon
chaos
one,
weapon.
yeah.
Yeah, demon one.
Yeah, the Black
Yeah.
Fang.
Yeah. I can remember the name either. But yeah, you, the two of, you and Layla can certainly begin that training. Yeah.
Cool.
Is there anything the rest of you are doing?
I have a thing, but I don't know if you want me to wait until after the break.
Mhm. I would say.
Mhm.
Wait. Hold on. One second, sorry.
What the hell are you doing? Jeez.
Beth messaged me the thing, and I'm
dropped a
just.
bomb on him.
So I'm trying to figure out what to.
Did you go hunting small prey animals? What happened?
Not quite.
Medium-sized?
I haven't. I'm going to guess, but I don't want to guess in case I'm right, and then it would spoil it. So I'm not going to guess.
She found a bunch of forest critters and adopted them.
It's a pretty yell
okay.
something in the background, like blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But that first thing, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Oh, do you want me to do it now or after the
Yeah,
break?
no.
Okay. So Maeve's gonna go and find, leave the city, just ride out as long as it takes Sidon to go shopping and Archon to go to the library. Probably to 1 or 2 o'clock. So she's quite far out. Find a woods, go deep into the woods and find a really discreet, quiet, shaded area. And I think she's going to sort of meditate, but not really. Sit down and she's gonna try and, for the first time, rather than just randomly happening upon a spirit, she's gonna try and reach out to one. And I don't think this is something that she's really done before. I think she probably tried in the past but didn't know how. I think she's a lot more in tune with herself now she knows who she is. So hopefully I don't roll like a fucking idiot and mess it up. She's gonna try and reach out to Nyx's mum.
Hey girl, hey.
Okay. So Maeve has multiple avenues to attempt this, I'll say.
Yeah.
Obviously, she has a few spells, Speak with Dead and stuff. Well, those require
Speak
a
with
body.
Dead, I would need the body, yeah.
Yeah, or at least the head, which you don't have.
What? No,
However, you do have some less focused abilities, I'll say. The two that come to my mind are Maeve's connection to the Court of Shades. That took me half a second to remember. And Gethin, and things like that, which might give her a possibility of attempting something like that. The other is her touch of the grey.
I was just gonna say that.
Because Noctura, or Grey, is that denizen who is there at the moment of death to help ferry a person along. So I'll say, if you want to make me I will say a charisma check, just using your charisma modifier, plus, if you use your touch of the grey to charge for it, I'll say you can add a d6 to it.
Deal. Can I use persuasion?
On me? No.
No.
No, because it is just your charisma. It's like your spellcasting.
Just charisma.
Yeah.
So I'm rolling.
You're rolling a d20 plus, I believe it's 5.
Okay, so
plus,
just okay.
Plus a d6.
Oof. Bit.
You do also have your talisman, if you
D4,
want
isn't
to use
it?
that. It's also d4.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
So that
21
is
is good.
21. 21's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
So as you're sitting there in...
I love the fact that we're so high level now because we're level 10. We think 21 is kind of a middling roll.
Yeah.
So as you are sitting there in the forest, you're listening to everything
Starting
around you.
meditation.
And you close your eyes in an attempt to reach out to someone who is long gone. And you close your eyes, and yet it's not black. Obviously, when you close your eyes, you can't see anything. However, everything has this faint grey sheen to it. Your eyes are closed, but you can still see grey outlines of trees and foliage. The area around you is barely visible when your eyes are closed. And you feel something. You don't know what, but you open your eyes, and everything is still grey. There is little to no light where you are. There is no colour. You look at your hands, and you see parts of you are glowing, and you recognise that you're in the grey, that plane you briefly went to when you met Noctura. And around you are a few sets of eyes. White eyes. You can tell their eyes from the shape, the space apart, and the slight hint of pupils in those white voids. What do you do?
This is a question that I should ask, because Maeve would probably know. I don't have a clue. What is Nyx's mother's name?
Aaron.
Let me find it. Because I don't remember off the top of my head.
I don't know why, but I always imagine like wading through the grey as like being underwater. So you know when you try and speak underwater and it comes out like.
You can still speak, however, when you do or make any sound, it echoes.
Ooh.
Her name was Lola. No, it wasn't.
She was.
Thank you. Morana. Morana.
Morana.
More on her later. More on her. I hardly know her.
I was just gonna say that. So I think, first of all,
It's like Morgana without the G.
yeah, Morana. I think first of all, you said that she's surrounded by these white eyes.
Yeah.
Do they have forms or are they just
It
eyes?
is just the eyes.
This is gonna sound so weird when I say this, but
Mm.
I feel like from somebody who sees spirits a lot, do any of them have a familiar, like, are any of these people that I have helped, do I get that sense, or do these feel like
No, they
unwelcoming?
They don't feel unwelcoming, but you also don't recognize them.
Are they staring or do they look curious?
It's hard
Like,
to
are
tell because they are just white
Eyes.
voids, but they're
Well, are they
all-
like squinty eyes or are they like wide eyes?
They just look like someone looking. The eyes of someone looking, of many people looking. You can probably see maybe 9 in varying, like some of them are close, some of them further away. But they're all looking at you.
Half-like. No, I think I think she would just call out. How did you say it? Because I was gonna say Morana, but did you say
that works.
Morana?
I didn't say it. It's my voice.
No, I know, but Maeve has your accent, and I don't want to fuck it up. Like when I say I'm going for a bath, and it's actually I'm going for a bath. I haven't been Maeve for
I
so
would probably
long.
say
Morana.
I'm trying to
How
think.
do you say the name Anna?
Anna.
Okay.
I say Anna actually.
Anna. Okay, so it's Morana.
Yeah.
That was so difficult. Okay, so she would just call out.
Did you say Hana then instead of Hannah?
No.
Okay, so it's just some words you say weird.
We were over this, guys.
So yeah, Maeve would just call out
James, you've known me for like 3 years. Come on.
Morana.
Was it Morana?
Yeah, don't worry.
There's no use no no. No, so you say
Call her Mo.
Nix's mum. Are you here?
Mrs. Nix's mum.
Mrs. Nix's mother.
you say the name, and it's that same that it echoes out. It sort of leaves your mouth, and you hear it like multiple times, echoing off walls and trees and the ground. And you can see many of those eyes shut in an instant as you speak. And one set stays looking at you.
I will approach the set of open eyes. That is a weird sentence.
You approach them and nothing changes.
Still just eyes.
Yeah.
Is it just eyes because their eyes are white and everything else is dark?
What do you mean?
Like, are their eyes acting like lights in complete darkness, or is there just no form there and except for the eyes?
There is no form there other than you can just see 2 eyes. You don't see a body or anything.
If I reach out and try to touch where her arm should be, do I feel anything, or does it just... There's nothing there?
Just goes through. Like, going through her.
Really hope I didn't just touch her boob. Okay,
I mean, Would you touch boob if there's no form to touch boob with?
That's what I mean. I don't want to touch their like imaginary boob. Anyway, imaginary boob is such a fucking indie band name. Anyway, we're imaginary boob, and this is Morana. Anyway, oh god, I will say her name again. I'm not going to say it, but I will say her name again. Is there any reaction?
No.
If I say the name Nyx.
No change.
Shit, what was her dad's name?
Corbin.
If I say Corbin.
Nothing changes.
Tell her yo mama joke.
No, God. I need to speak with Morana. Her daughter is in trouble. Nyx is in trouble.
You watch as you finish your sentence. For a second you're worried that the eyes disappear, but it just looks like a blink. Like, they close for a second and open back up.
Hey, let's do it this way. 1 blink for yes, 2 blinks for no. Okay?
They just stare at you.
Can I attempt to... Obviously I'm in the grey. Is there a kind of check that I can make to try and push even further? Like, if I'm only getting... Obviously I know there's like shadows and everything's grey and there's only the eyes, but is there any way that I can like make myself more...
Like your form of dread.
Would that work?
We don't know.
I don't want to scare her off if it is her.
It channels the like undead. I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box.
I will say Sidon did give warning with meditation. You don't want to go too deep, too early. You know.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
No, when it comes to that meditation stuff, things get trippy real quick. Look what happened to Drac.
You gotta foreplay that meditation, right?
Yeah. Not just spit in your hand and hope.
Oh man, that is gross.
Everyone disliked that.
Can I attempt to call out to Grey?
Yeah.
Okay, then she will turn, not move away, but turn away from the eyes and just call out Grey's name. And if she doesn't respond to Grey, I will call the other one, which I've forgotten. No.
Does anyone else remember? I know it.
What was the question, sorry?
Grey's real name. It's like.
Oh, if you give me a minute, I can find it.
I mean,
it was like
said it.
Nocturna is close.
Noctora?
Noctora.
Yes.
It is Noctora?
Yeah.
Nice. Just remember.
Thank you anyway, James.
That's the name of my.
I won't bother next time, you dicks.
I'm sorry, my brain is slow.
Yeah, so you call out the name Noctura.
I'll say something like, Noctora, are you here? I need help.
Charlie, are you there?
Episode of Most Haunted right now.
You don't see any change, but you do hear the voice of Noctura. And she says, "Oh, hi. Sorry, busy. What do you need?"
I'm sorry. I'm trying to communicate with a spirit who's been long gone, and I'm not sure I'm doing it right.
Oh,
I know it's not.
It's it's very difficult to commune with a spirit who's long gone. Do you know the nature of how they died?
Was it hollow fever?
No, she just died. In the of like natural / unnatural, like nothing, no foul play of like
No foul play.
Yeah.
Like
They
a
were
heart
like-
attack.
Yeah, something like a heart attack or
Flipped in the bath kind of thing. Yeah.
She died of natural causes. I'm not sure of the exact details.
Well, if someone died naturally and they've been dead for a long time, then chances are they're not here anymore. If they'd be anywhere, Kyra would know where they were ferried off to. But
I'm not here in the sense that I was when we first met, but I'm sort of here. I don't know how to describe it. I can only see eyes, but when I spoke her name, all of them closed apart from one set of eyes. And when I tried to tell her daughter, or tell them Nyx was in trouble, they seemed to respond by blinking, but that was all.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure my job is to ferry them. Usually I can see them properly. Perhaps the connections.
I don't mean to sound like conspiratorial, but what if what Nyx tried kind of broke the soul into like this just eyes thing, no physical form at all?
Yeah, we don't really know what's happening.
Perhaps the connections weak.
No signal.
No signal. Grey.
I was gonna use my fucking Touch of the Grey thing again, but I already used it. There's the one when you can... the ethereal awareness...
Yeah, that's what I'm...
Oh, is that what I'm...
This.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Because the next thing I was going to say is, obviously I don't know the capacity of what her markings are, but she has an eye on her head that isn't one of her eyes. And I always imagine that when she uses the ethereal awareness that she's like sort of using that
Opening her third eye.
Yeah.
Nirvana.
That's what I pictured. Yeah.
Oh, she's so stubborn. I don't know what she... because me at this point, I'd be like, yeah, fair enough, she's probably, but I think Maeve is like so desperate to figure out a way to help Nyx that she would want to... I don't know. Maybe it's worth going to... I mean, you can't just reach out to the gods unless they decide that they want to talk to you. Sidon. I don't think there's a way that I can... I don't think there's a way I can communicate with Kyra.
I could ask...
If there is, it wouldn't be at this moment in time.
No.
Spells like commune exist, but it'd have to be someone else would have to do it.
Could ask Godfrey to cast divination?
Divination, commune, something I can't remember.
Yeah.
I've got all of them as rituals, so I'm happy to do that.
The thing that I'm concerned about is I know that Cairo wasn't Nyx's god, but if Cairo has pissed off the right gods, who's to say that they're not, like, a bunch of them aren't pissed off with her? So, even if I went to him and said, hey, my friend's in trouble, I need to reach out to a soul who's probably with you, is he going to be like, no, fuck that bitch?
I think not.
Vampire.
I will, just to test the theory, because I don't think it's going to do anything, but I will Form of Dread.
It's a quick... Sorry, I'll post it in the chat because it'll just disrupt it to ask this in a moment.
You Form of Dread, and you Form of Dread.
Right, ouch. That's gonna fucking hurt all day. Okay. I'll just leave it then.
You take a breath and close your eyes again. And as you feel yourself detaching from the grey, you open them again, and for half a second, maybe even less, even though everything's returned to normal, you do see those eyes still watching you before vanishing.
I don't think we're doing anything major today. Unless I go back and somebody decides to attack the fucking house. But
Yeah, I've got you there.
Yeah,
I've made enemies.
I think she doesn't have the space to hold any more anger right now. And last time she went off in the woods on her own and was mad about it, she did that like wail that she has. I think realizing that it's not worked and now at a dead end, she's like mad again, and seeing those eyes there and then vanish, it would be like, oh, for fuck's sake, you know what I mean? And in her Form of Dread, in the middle of this like dense woods, would probably just let out one of those fucking screams. So to anyone who's like randomly camping in the woods, that's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, like
What's that trouble?
I think I did write it down. You hear like 10 birds flutter off, run, fly.
I will then go back, like, out of the woods and probably where I've tied the horse up. Who I'm hoping didn't hear this, was like far enough away to not be affected by the
I did think that. The horse was not affected by like the effects of the spell, but it looks a bit spooked.
I'm just gonna spend the next 20 minutes petting the horse.
Okay.
And giving her apples.
Delicious.
What was that?
And apologising profusely. Like when you step on your dog's tail and you're like,
you feel awful. Okay, so we'll quickly do this first thing with Archerum.
So take a break. It's going to be a meaty file to choose.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Anyway, jumping back in, Archeron is doing some magic stuff. What was I saying?
Shocking!
I know.
No way!
The wizard. But yeah, you are in the library with Lady Carla, and you, after you finish your research, you go over to her and she, hands back your spellbook. And says, "There's some interesting stuff in there. I think I can expand your repertoire a little bit, hopefully.
Excellent.
And she says, well, sit down. And she then very almost tutor or teacher-like stands up and with like we'll say she uses a wand, like one of the pointers that you like use on a board.
like a laser pen.
A little bit, yeah. And she begins explaining this first spell to you. And she says, this spell that I have used a few times is a fast way to learn little brief bits of information about a person, possibly without them knowing. Perhaps at a social gathering, or as you're infiltrating behind enemy lines. Perhaps you need some leverage or something, things like that. And you rolled a 17 with that check, which is enough. And she goes on to teach you a spell. It is a 2nd level divination spell called Scrutinize. I'll send it. I will just read it out if everyone wants me to. You choose a. Okay. Thank you. You choose a creature within range as a bonus action. And if they're unwilling, they make a charisma save to resist the spell. On a failed save, you learn the answer to 3 questions about the creature from the list below. On a success, they can't be targeted again, and I need to change that last line. Whether the creature succeeds or fails, it knows it was targeted. I need to change that to if it succeeds. We'll change that momentarily. But there is then just a bunch of sort of somewhat generic questions that the creature about the creature. Are they good, neutral, or evil? Are they native to this plane? Are they living, dead, or undead? Are they charmed, neutral, in their natural form? Are they cursed? Are they diseased, etc. So it's just a very, very, quick way to get a bit of information that they might not want you to know.
Nice.
Let me just change that while I'm here. If the creature succeeds its save, it knows it was targeted by the spell. So that altogether takes you. So each of these will take about 4 hours. So it takes you, that's with like learning what it does, how to cast it, writing it in your book. It's all the elements. Yep. She teaches you that.
It's kind of like a souped-up version of the Battlemaster thing.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah. Cool.
I quite like how it's like, is this creature living, dead, or undead? Like, living and undead, I can understand. Perhaps, when we met Cassian, there was, that would have been...
yeah.
But, like, this like, headless body lying on the floor. It's like, well, I'm going to take a punt at this. This would roll in kill.
I didn't think about that.
To be fair, what if someone's hiding under
what about feign death?
Feign dead, yeah. I was actually building an entire potential build around that at one point for Archeron. It just doesn't hold up.
It's just a bad spell. Okay.
It's still bad now, even in 2024, isn't it?
I don't think they changed it. Cool. So the next spell, if you want to do this day, so it takes about. Okay, that's fine. So
I can't imagine, this is the second time she's met this guy. He's just rolled up to the library and he pins her down for literally 8 hours. I think it's a bit much. Especially after the conversation Archeron had with Sidon this morning about manners making the man. But there are a couple of things he would like to do in the city, but now he's found the wizardly hollow. Obviously, come back the following day if we're kind of in the fluid time of before we set off, which is fine. But he is also looking for some additional spells for his spell book as well.
Yep.
I don't know what to do first.
Go. What spells?
First and foremost is Contact of the Plane.
What level is it?
I think that's 4th or 5th.
I'll just look up whether it's 4th or 5th, because that will change my answer.
Let me scroll down. I could have just typed in contact, couldn't I?
Yeah.
Contact. Contact to the plane is 5th.
5th, okay. Can you roll me a d20 plus 3? Oh, never mind.
4.
Can't find it.
Okay. Okay. Is that forever not in that city, or can I try again another day?
I'll say you can't find it while you're here, like in this downtime.
Anything else? Okay. All right, that's fine. So he will go back to Lady Calla and be like, "Hit me, what you got?"
Cool. She punches you. She casts Psychic Lance at 9th level, and that's her best shot.
Oh my god.
Okay, so this bright intelligence, right? The next spell. Roll me an Arcana check. Yeah, you're fine. So she then goes to teach you another spell. Seeing that first one, I assume you like the spell. This one's definitely more combat focused, is the way to put it. She describes the spell as it's a way to maximize your arcane potential when you need to maybe quickly defeat a target or swap targets but still want to hit both of them. And over the next 4 hours, she teaches you the spell Arcane Binding. It's a 3rd level spell. Choose a creature you can see within range. You attempt to bind their vitality to the same weave energy you draw when you cast your spells. They must make a con save. On a failure, they take 4d8 force damage and become bound to your magic for the duration. On a success, they take half and they are not bound. You cast a spell, whenever you cast a spell while the target is within 60 feet of you, they must make a con save. On a failed save, the target suffers force damage equal to 1d8 plus a number of d8s equal to the level of the spell slot expended. If it's a cantrip, if the spell you cast was a cantrip, the damage is still 1d8, but it doesn't do any additional.
That completely sleuthed off my brain there. What did you just say?
Okay.
That didn't go in at all.
That's fine. I'm just... basically, when you first cast a spell, they are bound to your energy. Mm-hmm. And whenever you cast a spell subsequently, within 60 feet of them, even if it's not a spell that damages anyone or damages them, they will still take damage equal to 1d8 plus number of d8s equal to the spell slot's level. The spell's level. So it's like...
So is that one... So if you cast a 4th level spell, is that 5d8 extra? Okay.
Yeah. So it's like, you could cast a spell on person A on one turn. They'll take the damage, the initial damage, and then on person B, the subsequent turn, you can cast like a fireball, which is a 3rd level spell, and as long as the other person's within 60 feet, they get to make a con save, and will still take, they will take damage just because you cast a spell within the range. It's basically binding them to...
Right, so they make one save at the start, and
they make one save at the start, yeah,
and then they make a subsequent save every time.
They make a save each time you cast a spell.
Right. Okay, that's really good. I like that.
So it's like on success. Here it is. The damage. I also made it for sorcerers, so there's a sorcery point bit there. It's fine. That's a good point. The damage includes 1d4 for each sorcery point you expend as part of casting the spell, if any. On a successful save, the creature takes half damage. However, if they succeed by 5 or more, they take no damage and the spell ends. Essentially.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I can use silver pulp for that. That's cool. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Matt, you can say something. Sorry, I just had my gut on. Yeah. Yes, if they... Yeah, then they don't take anything and the spell ends, full stop. But if they... Yeah, it's just to make sure they're not always bound for, like, them... it's still a successful save. They still take half damage, but the spell isn't ended. Yeah.
I understand that.
And then,
the initial damage is always halved if they succeed the save. The second part of the damage,
it is a bit of a wordy spell, but it kind of had to be from the thing I was planning for what I was making.
No, I understand it.
Cool. Anything else you're doing, James, or do you want to go for the last spell?
I'm going to go for the last spell, but I'm also going to go looking for more spells. So,
okay.
I'm mainly because the whole thing was based around me being able to find contact the other plane, so I'm desperately trying to find something else now that does something similar. But that's fine. So I'll go for the final spell.
Cool. Can you make me another Arcana check? This is the highest DC. 28. You're fine. The DC was 25 for this last one. Because the DC was 10, 16, and 25. And you did it. I expected you to do at least the first two. But yeah, this third spell, she describes it as it's a way to enhance your spellcasting capabilities, allowing you to draw more power in from the weave to go beyond the normal speed of spellcasting, so to say. And this spell is a bit of a weird name. It's called Spellwrought Surge. It's a 4th level spell. It's a simple one though. You draw on the volatile strands of time to accelerate the target's magic temporarily. They can be yourself. For the duration, they can cast cantrips with a casting time of an action as a bonus action. Additionally, casting a spell as a bonus action does not prevent them from casting another spell of any level on their turn as an action. Meaning, you could cast as a bonus action spell, a Shardlon Stride and Fireball.
Or Misstep to reposition.
Yeah.
So, just a quick one. So, I have an ability that allows me to cast transmutation spells as a bonus action anyway.
Yes.
Will they stack?
How would they stack?
As in, like, so I cast Polymorph as a bonus action, and then as a 4th level spell, would I then be, I mean, hypothetically, obviously, require me to not have cast Polymorph on myself, but then cast another spell in the same action?
Is Polymorph a concentration spell?
Right, if but I don't need to. Not all these spells are concentration.
This one is.
Yeah, but
okay. So it's a bad example, but let's say if I had just use that as an example.
I understand what you mean.
So, like, you could cast a transmutation spell as a bonus action, event of whatever level, and then also cast an action spell. Yeah,
okay. That'd be pretty cool. It does say that it's a ruby worth 75 gold and the spell consumes when you use it.
It is a consume item spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a cool spell.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's dope.
It's an expensive resource, but cool.
Yeah. Is there anywhere she can recommend that I can get my grubbies on some of those rubies? Because I do intend to use
yeah. She
will have to tell me when to say yes.
Yeah, she says a place.
Okay, I will go and buy.
You can get. Yeah. I was going to say you can get like a max. I was going to say 1d4 plus 1. It's fine, you can get through it.
I'll go for 225. Isn't it? I've only got 268 gold.
Because you have loads of platinum. No, because you put the platinum into the fake thing. Yeah, it was 200 gold, 200 platinum.
I'll go 20. Right, so I was just going to mark down 3 rubies. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I do have other things he would spend his time doing in the interim. Particularly now we've got Thalia. He would make good on his promise to give Cassian a half-decent weapon. And try to make him one of the blades I sent you a while ago out of the feathers. I can't remember what I called it. It's like a rock feather or like a blade wing feather, blade wing blade or something like that.
We did spend some time trying to do it before, didn't they?
I don't think so. I said I would, and then
I will say, because it is a rare item. The one that you've said to me, and I would still probably like to do some edits to this.
I know it wasn't quite settled.
Yeah, what I will say is that you probably cannot get it finished now because there is just not enough time physically to do so. However, you can start it, and you can have Thalia work on it while you're away.
Yeah, that's fine. I did say I would do that.
Because it says, it's 10 days for a rare item, and you have, I will say, obviously you have a lot of the items, you have the main bulk of the items. I'll say put in another, 150 gold on top of whatever, the feathers and the other stuff that's there. You will have enough materials to do so, and Thalia can start working. You can work on it, and then Thalia can
I will say this though, right? Is Cassian chipping in?
I don't know if Cassian has any gold, because I never give NPCs any gold.
Okay.
I will do. The answer probably doesn't have any. Oh, does he? Oh yeah, he does. Oh yeah, he does have money.
307 gold, 214 silver, and 412.
Yeah, Cassian would happily chip in the full amount if you want him to.
It's fine. Yeah, it's just got I'm at the point now where my spells are going to get really expensive, and at some point I am going to need to I'm going to have to decide what I get rid of to get my book beefed up.
How many is that? 15 platinum for 150 gold? Yeah. So yeah, if you can mark off 15 platinum.
Yep.
From Cassian.
I'm gonna look at some spells quite intently for a few minutes, if that's okay, because there are some that I want to buy. I'm making a list of them because I have a shit ton of money.
Okay, well,
it's quite
you have 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. That's why I'll be silent for a few minutes.
Okay. So while James is looking at spells and stuff, I will ask, just in general, your plan to get to Feywild 2 Electric Boogaloo. What is the plan? Just so, I think I know it, but just so you're saying it out loud before.
So, just to confirm, how long of a walk is it to the Spellbound Woodlands from where we are?
So, from where you are, it's pretty far. However, you do have the wagon, and you can teleport to Tharios.
How close is it to Tharios?
Teleporting to Tharios, it's about... I wrote it down, hold on. It's about 12 hours travel with the wagon.
Okay, so half a day.
So, yeah, a normal travelling day is 8 hours.
Yeah.
So it'd be slightly more than that unless you were to just push through a little.
And just to confirm, if we were to teleport from our bastion to Tharios, that would be a free teleport because
it would not cost anything. It would not cost anything because you're teleporting from a permanent circle.
Quick question.
Yes.
Atlas is staying here, right?
Yeah.
Has he got somewhere to stay, or is he just staying at an inn?
Yeah. He's got. He would have asked either Lyra or Eurydice, and they would have no. It'd probably be something like an inn, but it'd be nicer than. It'd be like.
I was gonna say, while we're not here, would he want to come and stay at the house? Because that way, I know that. It's not like I don't trust any of the other people, but
Yeah, if you want to do that, he would certainly not say no to a nice house.
It's just like a big house with loads of stuff going on. There's like a training room. He'd fucking love it here. And he can take care of my horse.
I was about to say a question about the horse. Are we leaving it here, or are we going to strap the horse?
I don't want that horse to die. So if she's staying here, she's precious. She's baby. No.
Can I just ask a quick one of the Bard and the Warlock? Do either of you have the spell Synaptic Static?
I think they both.
I have Synaptic Static.
I don't want to take it. That's fine.
I knew at least
I can
one
change my spells, you can't. It's pointless me taking it. Which is the logic there. Okay, that's it. I'm still looking.
Oh, Psychic Lance.
Yeah, it's such a good spell though.
It's a very good spell.
It's really good spell.
Especially because Intelligence is a weird one.
Yeah, I can only use it twice, and then...
Yeah. Intelligence is a weird one. It's like, unless the enemy is built around intelligence, they're not usually very intelligent.
Yeah.
So it's usually a good bet.
Intelligence, charisma is usually a really good save for the same reason. That's why Banish is such a good spell.
Yeah, unless they're like themes, usually charisma or intelligence is a good bet. Because devils will sometimes got very high intelligence and charisma. But
they are basically the exception to the rule. Like usually
monstrosities.
Banish is,
yeah. Well, it's also bad against Fae.
Yeah, but they're like the exception. They're the humanoid. Well. They're the humanoid.
I have gnomes.
Gnomes.
Yeah, gnomes have advantage on mental saves.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't mean they have good charisma.
Isn't that only advantage for player gnomes? Do NPC?
I mean, it depends on the DM, right?
Have that.
What are you asking me? Sorry.
We're just talking about gnomes. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
I was reading the spell that as well.
I was just saying, like, would monster stat block gnomes actually have that passive for the advantage on charisma saves? If
I mean, as I said, it depends on the day. I can check, but
I'm just looking, and they don't.
Strangely enough, I haven't memorized the entire.
Wait, what?
What?
I know, right?
Oh, great.
Well, it says the 2014 Deep Gnome monster stat block does have it, but some of them don't.
Yeah, Deep Gnome has advantage. It's called Gnome Coming. So if I look at
Gnome what?
Gnome Coming.
I was just saying coming, Jesus.
You did.
So I'm looking at another one.
They don't all.
No, they don't.
No,
Some of these are weird. Like,
they were weird.
Yeah, the rock gnome recluse is gnome coming out.
You gotta stop saying that. Oh, you gotta stop saying gnome coming.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. The T spells I'm after.
Shouldn't have told you that.
No, you should not have said that. T spells I'm after. I don't know if you want me to roll because they're both 5th level spells.
Yes, I will. Need you to roll both times.
Okay. I will roll 2 d20s then.
D20s plus 3.
A 3 and a 16.
You can. Well, tell me the spells. You should have told me the spells before.
Okay. I will read them in order I've written them down. Seeming, which was the 3, and Transmute Rock.
You can find Transmute Rock.
Okay, how much is that?
That would be. I don't remember. Hold on. 5th level. Right.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it?
It would be to buy the scroll and to learn it. $5.90.
What about just learn it?
You'd have to steal it.
Can I borrow it and then return it?
Let's not do this again.
Wait,
No.
when you say
So 590
five,
is me.
is that 590 as in 590, or 590
Yeah.
as 5,900?
590.
Okay.
I'll pick that up.
I mean, if you want some extra, if you want me.
No, basically
Okay.
that just gives me. It's just a cool. I was looking for transmutation spells that an action to cast but do not require concentration, and I will tell you there is not a lot of them. Transmute Rock is a 5th level, really fun one, which allows me to absolutely fuck up an entire battlefield.
You can make mud and stuff.
Yeah. It's actually really fun.
40-foot cube.
Does that have the restriction where it can't do harm? Or
No, it does damage.
No, it does
oh my
damage.
god!
Any
that's-
creature under the mud when it falls makes a dex save or takes 48 bludgeoning.
Nice.
So I mean, I've already got bludgeoning damage. But I really wanted Seeming because it's very funny to me.
It's a funny spell.
Is that
It's too damn bad.
Seeming? Is that like basically Master Sky Self?
Master Sky Self at 8 hours.
Yeah.
That, I'm pretty sure you can actually use Seeming on an enemy. They have to do a save.
Oh, really?
I don't think it's got a save. No, I can't. I'm not.
That might just be the 2024 rules, but I'm sure it does.
Either way, you get your spell, and for the next, 3 and a bit days, however long it is, you will have I would say a nice few days, depending on what you do. And I assume
the show take melt and culture.
Yeah, there's the. I mean, maybe other than Arzetta's, it's the where all the plays are, but there is a very large, what's the word? Theatre in Apharos, which you can definitely go to.
Is there a Punch and Judy show?
No. There'd be.
Start a riot outside until it starts doing.
When you go to the show, you're nervous for a bit because you're scared of vampires in a theatre, but you're fine. Yeah, you all have a nice few days, and I assume on the last day, probably the day before you leave, Sidon, you train with Riven for a few hours. And you play some Punch Out.
Can anyone
actually?
Join in?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just for the unarmed stuff.
Yeah.
But anyone can join in if they would like to.
Give them the basics.
Like team building.
Yeah. Me and Riven can give them the basics of basic punching, but then when it comes down to brass tacks, me and Riven are doing the advanced stuff.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
So fucking patronising.
They're backflipping while in combat.
Did you also know he's GM in Marvel Rivals?
Sit down, Archer. You don't want to hurt yourself doing this. Fuck off.
I mean,
I got transmute.
if I was going to be casting spells, are you telling me you wouldn't be the exact same? If Sidon started learning like magic initiate cantrips and shit, you wouldn't be the exact same.
Archeron is proficient in athletics. Archeron is not completely inept, and he has all weapon proficiencies and armor proficiency. On paper, he's a better fighter than Sidon.
Well, Sidon also has fighter levels, so no.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true. But as competent a fighter as Sidon.
Well, okay. Sure, buddy. Yeah. So, it's the battle expert one. So I will. Oh no, it's not. Sorry, it's the armed combat expert. I lied. Yeah. So for the next 7 days, Sidon. I'm only going to say Sidon because I don't think anyone else is going to be punching people. When you hit with your unarmed strike and deal damage, the attacks deal 1d4 extra bludgeoning damage. How quickly can I make that into a feat?
So that's 1d4 plus 0 for Archer.
So, just to confirm, it's...
Well, no, James, it says, and you deal damage, so if he deals 0, then...
No, it's an extra 1d4 bludgeoning damage on unarmed strikes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Movements, punching.
By the way, I don't think you need to make a feat. I'll just keep an eye on the time. I'll take note of the days.
Okay, cool. I won't write that down then.
Yeah.
Cool.
I already have too many feats to be looking at.
Well, it wouldn't have actually. I could have just added it. It's fine. If I figure it out, I'll do it easily. But I won't do it today. Cool.
Right, so, I've got a note here that just says Riven Crag Warden training area, 7 days, and then I've got everything that it does.
Yeah. Cool. So as you are getting ready, you obviously can take 4 long rests, or however many it was. You can prepare your spells for travel to the Spellbound Woodlands. You will need teleportation circle because you need to get to Thyreos. I'm saying that to James, to Archeron. You won't need to use the cost because permanent circle. But you know that there is, weirdly, a wagon that you can use in Thyreos that you left behind for you to use for the dev wagon. So, I should also mention, because I haven't yet, when you guys are discussing where you're going, so you're going to the Spellbound, then to the Feywild. Not next. Mel and Layla, and any of the Bastion NPCs, because they don't exist. Mel and Layla are going to stay at the Bastion, while Nyx and Cassian are going to come with you.
So the B team is broken up. While it lasted.
Wait, who's staying in the Bastion?
Layla and Mel.
Okay.
With that in mind, then, Archeron on the last night is going to try and do something romantic with that.
Okay, is that when you go and see a play? That's when you go and like.
No. He
Okay.
just wants to like go see a play, but I think after a few days in the city, he's probably like grown accustomed to it a little bit. Like he's seen some places, he's spotted like some nice quiet like bars and stuff. Yes, he's gonna wind them down.
Cool.
Nice.
You go to like the Skylark Inn, which is one of the bigger inns in the city, and have like a nice meal and a nice evening. Yeah. But in the morning, I assume relatively early, you all wake up. And
Morning all.
Morning.
Morning.
Picturing which one is it? Is it George, the one who walks in Harry Potter? Morning.
What is the use of a rubber duck?
I'm holy Fred.
So,
Yeah.
what was the plan, everyone? Are we teleporting, then go into the Spellbound Woodland? Go to
we agreed upon.
go to the Fae, do some weird shit.
So do we know by any
Why
chance
do we
what
need
part
to
of
do
the?
some weird shit?
I don't know, it's the Feywild, there's always weird.
Do we know in the Feywild what part of the Feywild we're likely to come into? Specifically, Maeve, I don't know if you're familiar with that area at all.
You're
I
asking
assume
me.
it's very random.
It's
Okay.
pretty like there are portals in the Spellbound. I mean, there are portals anywhere if you know where to look, but there are more portals in the Spellbound than other places. And usually you can tell by the portal where it's leading. You know you're trying to get to the Court of Creation.
Yeah.
Which
Question.
is yes.
Do we want to find a portal to the Court of Creation, or do we want to try and find a portal to the middle place, or do we want to try and find a portal to Geffin's domain, the deaf one? I totally understand if
say
you don't
so.
want to go to the deaf one.
I'd say the middle. If possible.
I don't know if we have any control over it, so which is why I asked. But no, it's fine. There is no. I'm just looking at my spells. I have a sufficient amount now that it does cause me some no small amount of concern when I look at them. I was wondering if anyone had any major issues with me removing the spell sending and replacing it with something else. I mean, perhaps because I don't know what we're getting ourselves in for, but last time we were in the Fae. When we met,
It went down.
Shit went down. I think I nearly died. Twice.
I also nearly died trees.
Oh yeah, the trees.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, Cass also picks up her Amber of the Devout.
Yes. I also wanted to ask, because when we were in Maeve's house, if I remember rightly, saw like a picture of her sister.
What?
Can I use that to use locate creature?
Oh, the one in the Fae.
You mean
When
the
you're-
statue?
Cass might have seen when you were in Geffin's court. I'm saying court both in the Court of Shades and like his house. Because I think that
wasn't there
map.
for that though, was she?
She was there the second time, very briefly.
Second time, yeah.
Oh,
when
yeah.
when Maeve shot Eldritch Blast in his
yeah.
face.
She would have seen the picture behind Geffen, which would have been of Chrissa. I will say you could. You could. I would say it would be possible. Yeah, because you know the name and you know the look of the person.
Excellent.
How does locate creature work?
Yeah, I thought that because the likeness was like so old, maybe it wouldn't work.
No, I think you're alright. Look at creatures like in a certain radius, you can get a ping of a person. If I'm not mistaken, or you
I think
like
it's
know
1,000
their
feet or
direction.
something like
1,000. Yeah, it's pretty small. It's not a massive radius, but if you're within the general area, it helps.
Yeah.
But yeah, you will say your goodbyes to Mel, Layla, Hank, Daisy, Thalia, wow, and Riven, and Atlas.
Lady Calla, Eurydice.
I mean, they're not in your house. Atlas
We'd say
is,
goodbye, wouldn't we?
if you want, yeah.
I'm gonna say this just because I think I'd probably say goodbye to Lady Calla, but I don't know if we would be able to say goodbye to Eurydice because she's like big, high up, probably in court type of thing.
I have sending and say goodbye to whoever I want.
Well, you didn't take sending, did you?
I could have done it the night before.
Bye for tomorrow. But yeah, you say your goodbyes and you teleport to Farios. I'm just gonna speed past this a little bit because it doesn't matter too much. Where you see Lyra is like you scare one of the guards who's like watching the teleportation circle. Oh, hello.
What's up?
Hi.
Hello.
You just walk out like it's like a clown.
So tap him on the head.
That feels facetious.
Hey, I'm a hero now. We're all heroes.
I'm also a soldier, so please don't do that again. But you say hi to Lyra and Bryn, and you say, "Hey, Bryn, we're going to the place of your trauma." They're like,
"Want to come with?"
That. Bryn's like, "I'm going to sit this one out. I think."
You sure?
Yeah.
They want to.
No.
Totally understandable.
Good luck. And you continue, and you see the wagon where you left it, wherever you left it. It's actually next to the inn.
Probably be
the break room, which is the name of the inn. Being Tharios is very good security and stuff, so that there's no one stolen it.
Do we see Duke anywhere?
No.
Duke was in the Lumiere called the.
I don't know where Duke's vanished. He's gone.
he got promoted. He got a nice cushy desk job for a little while. He just witnessed all of his buddies die while in the field. This guy deserves it.
But yeah, you put the rune of the dev wagon onto the dev wagon, and you put the rune of the dev wagon onto the wagon, and begin your trek to the Spellbound Woodlands. Let's see if we get any random encounters, guys.
Spell off, sorry.
What?
Need to mark the spell off for teleportation circle.
We'll say, Matt, could you roll me a d20?
And don't fuck it up this time.
Oh yeah.
One last thing, so this won't tell us a simple yes or no.
Okay.
Could I have had Daisy cast aid on me and the rest of the squishies at 4th level?
Who counts as the squishies?
I mean, me, Maeve,
Sorry, what?
and Swab.
Yes.
The casters.
That's
You've
it.
So-
got 80 hit points. Is that
I'm also
special?
caster.
Maeve does have a lot of hit points.
I have
Okay.
79.
No, Maeve, we're buff independent women. We don't need no buff.
I don't know what constitutes a squishy.
I have 62 hit points.
Okay, then you're squishy.
I am squishy. I'm a delicate flower.
Okay. So why did you automatically assume that Maeve
I was trying to help,
squishy?
alright!
The casters are usually squishy.
Maeve's con is like +2, I think. So.
Maeve's built different, alright? Maeve's been through shit. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, she has.
I would not have knocked aid. Like I would have just accepted the squishy tag just to get the aid.
It was just funny because it was immediately like Archeron and the women.
What, slab? There's only one more.
It's a slab.
Yeah, maybe the boys, yeah. Well, hang on, isn't Cass will have the same hit die as Maeve, presumably D8, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
the
I'm
8.
pretty sure they do.
I have 73.
73. Well, he got 15 extra, buddy.
So
You're
yeah,
welcome.
Cass, Archeron, and Slab.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you roll it increases your max. I will say, aid lasts for 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
I will say it doesn't matter because you can put them up then put them back down
Okay.
because 8 hours.
Worth a shot.
Yeah, because Matt did not roll a random encounter. So you're fine. And You did better. You just avoided one.
I could do something nice for you, fuckers. Honestly,
but yeah,
All I
you.
said was just 80 hit points constitute a squishy. 'Cause I didn't think it did, and now I feel bad.
Yeah,
Who's the squishiest?
I'm 79.
Wrong
But
age,
yeah,
just
Ken's
because
getting
your
a
ass
4.
is squishy doesn't make you a squishy person.
You do a full 8 hours day travel in the Dev Wagon. Nothing. Where would you be? You'd be about here. Oh, I've not changed the map. Sorry.
I was like, what?
Sorry.
What?
I was looking at the
In
wild
8
map.
hours time, we traveled 2 blocks.
I
didn't even leave the city.
You're just hallucinating. But yeah, you'd go from
We've been walking in
Tharios
circles for 4 hours.
to about where you are. It would be another about 4 hours to the woods if you wanted to continue on.
Now, this is the question.
Mhm.
Do we want to camp out safely on the outskirts, or do we want to push into the woods and then camp out in the woods and then potentially get teleported in our sleep to the Feywild?
I would prefer to rest before we go in because I can change.
Yeah,
my
same
space.
here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you decide to make camp for where you are now, and then tomorrow you go 4 hours and then into the woods properly.
So, at
Yeah.
the evening, Sidon will around the campfire. So, did anyone do anything interesting on their downtime when we were in the city?
I bought
for
a
4 days?
cookbook.
Nice. I
She's
brought
branching
hand
out from Curry.
I had quite a nice time. It was pleasant to not be fighting for one's life or having your, experiencing ego death. It was pleasant.
I thought I still managed to make you experience ego death.
No. Deep shame is not the same thing.
No, I brought hand wraps. They make me punch harder.
Oh, sorry.
They're magical hand wraps. They make me punch harder.
So, speaking of punching hard, Sam, that's an excellent segue. So you've all met our favourite porridge. Everyone, knows and loves his work.
No.
He punch hard now.
Yeah, he bows. You've met Jimmy.
He's got armor.
Yeah, he's a clockwork thing. Let's not worry too much about him. I have added another card to my repertoire, another song to the set, if you will. Another little buddy that can join us on our little journey. And I did wonder, since you've been so proud of your punching ability, how you would cope with if you think you could. I now have effectively a mind punch.
What?
A mind. I know you have the punch part, but you don't. Maybe
What?
Not the first part. But
Am I
would you like to
replaced?
see? Would you like to see?
Well, yes, because how does a mind punch work? Is that like a mind goblin?
Mid-sentence
Goblin,
mind
please.
punches him.
Yes. No. I'm not falling into that old one. It's a bit more. Well, I can't say more subtle than that. It is a physical manifestation of my mental acuity that I can use to batter people with.
Oh, I'll just see that physically. Yes, I would like to see.
Yes. Okay. Come hither. Come, step away. I wouldn't like anyone else to get hurt. Brace yourself. And so with
You
he's
just
gonna
say, come hither.
come hither. Yes. Over here.
Okay.
Well,
Let's go.
Hither is the word.
I know, but I have never seen anyone use it.
Really?
Really?
Yeah,
You should hang out more. 'Cause-
I know. In Orcish, we don't use hither. You know that.
Yeah, there's a in the old language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bird flies off.
Get over it!
Get over here. Yeah. So, but brace yourself, Sidon. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay. So Artron is going to step 20, 30 feet away from Sidon, kind of away from the campfire, and so you're stood there, and he casts a spell, and coalescing around you, I'll just put it on the map, is this huge, like, spectral blue and purplish hand that just emerges just out of nowhere and grabs you. Let me just remind myself what the fucking spell is and how. Oh my god, what was pressed that? Okay.
Is it Bigby's hand?
It is Arcane Hand. I've renamed it because I don't know who Bigby is.
Yeah, same reason I've renamed Mordecai's Magic Sword in the other campaign.
Yeah. So it tries, this hand kind of emerges out of there. Perhaps this isn't the best one because it does say a dex save. But oh no, here we are. We'll say so. Its hand appears behind you and starts to push against you. So I will need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Yeah, no worries. Is this forceful hand or?
This is forceful hand.
Okay. The hand attempts to push a creature 5 feet in direction. So is it a strength save or is it strength
saving throw? Yes.
Yeah, no worries. Cool. Oh, I not want it.
So if I'm reading the spell correctly, the hand pushes the target up to 5 feet plus a number of feet equal to 5 times your spellcasting ability modifier.
Yeah, so
that's 30 feet.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So I like to see you there. You're bracing against like the power of Archeron's mind, and you just go back 30 feet.
It just
Did not
goes.
or does it just push me 30
No,
feet
it
back?
pushes you. You just go. Jesus.
And I like to think Poseidon's just hold on to the hand, and he's not moving, but like his body isn't moving, but he's just being slid across the ground.
Levitates.
Not even levitating, just like he's leaving streaks in the grass as he's just moving backwards.
What do you think, Sidon?
I thought it could hit me.
Do you want it to try?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. It's going to try and hit him, which is a melee spell attack, which is this one. Was that rolled? Nope.
Not yet.
I will just use Fireball then. Not Fireball, I'll just use Chromatic Orb for the sake of this. It's the same thing. 22.
That will hit.
For
Oh my god.
24 damage and 16 bludgeoning.
Does it do
Okay,
both of them?
I think so. I'm just going to double check that. I think it might only be the force.
I think
it takes 5d8 force, yeah, so it'll just be the 20.
Wow.
Okay, wait, what's bludgeoning there?
That's if I grab you.
It's like
Okay.
crushing. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
No worries.
Wow.
So, what do you think, Sidon?
Ow!
It's awesome!
It's pretty good, right? I didn't think of a name for it.
Mystic.
My new sparring partner, how about that?
I mean, no, it can only last for a minute, I'm afraid. It's quite a high resource spell.
Sidon sort of jumps. Is it physical? Can Sidon jump?
It's physicality. I think it's classed as a creature because it's got hit points and AC as well.
Oh, does it? Okay.
He calls it the aristocrat.
Then, if it does have AC and hit points, Sidon will turn around and punch the hand itself.
Okay. You can try and hit the hand. It's got better AC than I have.
I nat wand it again.
Jesus Christ, Pete! Pete, you go to punch the hand, and you're not sure what to expect when you're trying to punch a special hand. So you go way too forcefully because I'm gonna have to hit this thing hard because it doesn't really exist. Yeah, and you punch, and you hear your wrist go crack as you do.
It's got an AC of 20.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and it's got the same amount of hit points I've got, which is crazy. So yeah, it's pretty handy.
There we go. 28.
There you go. Second one out.
Yeah. Second one hits.
You hit it
For 11.
Yeah.
11.
Oh yeah.
So that's 11 force and 4 bludgeoning.
Okay. I don't know if it has any resistances. I assume it doesn't, because that would be silly. But I'm like, that's very good, Sidon. I can see you're trying very hard.
Oh god, he's awful.
Okay. I think I understand it now. The spending resources. Let's go. Double punch again. Flurry of blows. I now want it again.
Oh my god!
Jesus, what the fuck?
Luckily, this isn't a fight. Jesus.
Yeah.
It is 3 natural ones now.
29 little hit. I'm not. I can start tracking.
Right, I mean, it's fine. I'm not going to keep it going.
So that's 11 force, 1 bludgeoning.
So, Simon, you continue to punch the hand. I mean, you probably kill it before the minute goes by. I mean, you definitely
almost
would.
certainly if you can like that. That's
But you try and break each of its fingers.
He comes out of it with like sprained wrists as he's won that once twice.
That's crazy. Oh, you're like, you punch one. Ow, my wrist. You used your other hand. Ow, my wrist.
I appreciate that.
I think you're trying to like go for like a leg sweep, but it's a floating hand. So
So when you like come over, I imagine he's like a little bit out of breath, like he's like got like a little bit of a bloody nose. Obviously, it didn't take him to the limit, but Archer was like, so yes, the plan is I bring the hand into the fight. The hand then fights for me as I can, drop fireballs on people at the same time.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. And just out of curiosity, while we're away, and only if you have the spell available, will you be willing to set that up every minute in the evening if we've not had a fight in the day and we won't have a fight in the evening, and I can spar with it?
I mean, sure, if you want. It does require concentration, so I can't be doing anything else. I thought you would like it. There is another spell I'm thinking of as I get stronger, which would allow me to go mano a mano with you if you think you're up to it.
Yeah.
It basically would turn me into a hulking beast, and he as he sits there, he kind of like spreads his fucking pigeon chest out a little bit.
Wait, can't you already do that when you do the polymorphing and turn into like a dino?
I suppose it could. This is a little bit more interesting. It allows me to channel my intelligence into my attacks.
Oh.
Yes. I can't cast any spells, but the spell itself is cool. It gives me a boost of health for the duration of the spell. It allows my attacks to do more damage. It's all in all. I was reading about it. It seems very fun. It's a Tensor's transformation.
I was thinking it's something like magical might or something.
No. So it's a pretty cool spell, and with the arcane hands, I say there are things we can do. So the plan would be, if needed, I summon the hand, send it in to grab people, and then if it was a particularly dangerous fight, I could use Rayard to rain spells, and I wouldn't even need to get into the fight, and I could save myself for. But it's resource heavy. So it's not something I'll be using every fight. It's something I'm wanting to save, and then now I can turn rocks into mud. That thing that all wizards hope to be able to achieve one day. I'll be able to also mire people into, mire down the fight a little bit. Anyway, so I will leave teleportation circle for tomorrow because I don't think we'll need it again for a few days at least, and then then if we do need to skedaddle out of the Feywild, I don't even think teleportation circle can work across planes, so I don't think it's particularly.
It has to be a teleportation circle in the Feywild, which you don't know.
Well, I don't know any locations, so perhaps also there we can ask, but I don't know.
Cool. So you finish sparring in air quotes. And bed down for the night. You take your long rests. I believe only 2 of you used something today. Yep. And in the morning.
By the way, the fact that I know it wasn't directly in a row, but it was close enough to in a row, right? That's like nearly 1 in 8,000.
It's funny.
Insane free that one.
But yeah, you pack up your stuff and continue on to the edge of the Spellbound Woodlands. And I'm not going to do an encounter for the woods that day because for the travel that day because it's only a few hours. And you begin to see as you approach the edge of the woods, you can see that the occasional sparse trees begin to form together into a dense forest with thousands and thousands of trees stretching up to unnatural heights, even from the edge of the forest, you can see that the way that the natural environments twist and move around itself is strange. And walking beneath the first bit of the canopy of the Spellbound Woodlands, the sun begins to get choked from above, leaving the area in dim light with the sounds of the forest and, birds and the brush moving, echoing in your ears. I'll just change them up to this forest, like this base forest map I have. Where is it?
So, my world map has gone pure grey. I don't know if anyone else has had, but that's worked. So, quick one. As we're walking through this, we're seeing the trees that are like unnaturally high, and you mentioned about the sun being choked out. Thinking about Archeron's childhood as the son of a preacher of Athena and his recent, not unpleasant dalliance with channeling some of their powers turn into chaos. How would the gods look on this area? Like, would they be chill with it? Like, specifically, Athena and Celista, would they be like happy that this place is here, or is it just like one of the many things they tolerate?
Want to make me a religion check?
I'd definitely mention that to Cass as well. So, like, what's Cass's opinion on number 20?
Oh, 20.
Ooh, be scary.
But someone's getting the good
I'll
roll.
also roll religion check if that's okay.
Hey, go for it.
Oh, snap!
Oh, wow.
Congratulations, guys.
You guys did it. You got
Yeah.
expertise in religion. Is that how you got a 10?
I have expertise
Yeah.
in religion.
So the both of you sort of think about this space, and its history is very much unknown, so it's difficult to tell how the gods may gauge it. However, out of thought, you would say that Athena would definitely not be unhappy with this place. She'd very much enjoy all the natural elements weaving together, and with the magic, the sort of natural magics that form in this area, it's not even like an unlikely thought that Athena could have had a hand in why this place is as it is. But it would be, that's just a thought. You wouldn't really have any hard proof.
I'm gonna ask a weird question, right? And I don't know why my brain does this sometimes, but I've just got this really weird question. What is the air like here? Because does it feel like the air itself is magical? Like, if I were to smell up, does it smell like a regular natural forest, or does it have a weird different feeling to it?
The best I can describe it is that it smells like the most natural forest, more natural than normal.
Like, it just smells like pure.
Yeah, like
Just pure, nothing, no corruption,
no
death, just pure nature.
just pure nature and those primordial magics that move through it.
That's cool.
Maeve,
Mhm.
I think that with the things I've saw, I can attempt to cast a locate person spell, and I think it would work. But do you think there's any point in casting it now, or do you wish to wait until we're close to the courts?
I think it's better to wait. As far as I'm aware, that the last place she was known to go was the Court of Creation. So maybe we figure out how to get in first. And
What
then-
if I've got like a pretty set limit, like a kilometre or something?
It's 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
1,000 feet. And I don't think it can transcend planes, can it?
No, you have to be like within a pretty. It's like if you're looking for someone in a small town.
Yeah. I was thinking about getting into the Feywild from in here, and I mean, maybe this is just because it's me and you guys know what I'm like, but what if we just like shouted out to the forest itself?
Hey, bitches.
Both.
I think shouting at the forest would just allow a druid to find us and kick us out.
Well, Cass, I don't know how you feel about this. Obviously, when we were in the after fighting the demon wolf thing, I stepped forward and tried to channel the power of Athena, able to disperse the ickiness, for lack of a better word. Would you be averse in you trying to? You're more attuned to these things than I am. Reaching out to see if Athena could light the way, perhaps, being Solista's sister. Is it sister?
Solistus?
Solistas
are doing it for themselves.
Yes, there's nothing that says I can't pray to another god, but I'm not as well versed in prayers to Ophina as opposed to Solista.
I'll give you a bit of a hint, a bit of a growing up now, I remember it quite well, but I just wanted to make sure you were okay with it. But I don't know. I thought maybe she wouldn't like it because nature's been, dialed up to 11 here. But thinking about it, I think she would quite like it. So I don't know. If you want, I can help. I don't know. Give you guidance, assistance, the help action.
I will say, if you're not comfortable praying to another god, even if it is Solista's sister, I could
establish this.
Yeah, Solista's. I could try connecting to the spear and seeing if Solista can pass the phone along.
Ring ring.
That way it stops any heresy? Question mark?
It's heresy.
It's not heresy. I'm not forced into a, I guess you call it a mono religion.
Monorail.
I shall try it. And I'm going to set up a small basic altar with like a few sticks of incense.
Ooh!
And
because I gave a good tip, I got this new incense holder from Thingy. Do you want to try this one?
New smell.
Oh, it's the same one I have, but golden. Jesus.
Okay, so you set up.
Yes, I'll use the generally provided VIP equipment.
Okay.
Only you can prevent forest fires, so we need to be very careful.
Yes, me specifically. The light cleric who's known for their water spells.
Are you using any particular spell for this, or are you just making a check?
Hold on. I think I don't know if I have commune prepared.
I do.
I do not. Okay. No, I don't.
I have it as a ritual. I always have my rituals ready as a wizard, so.
Yeah, wizards have that effect. It's pretty
Is
good.
commune a ritual?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And divination.
Okay.
Let me have a look. 1 second. Sorry.
Well,
I know it was
mean,
you coughing, but it felt like Archon being like, I can do it.
I know
commune, sorry, I do have divination. I don't have commune, but divination is a 4th level. Puts you in contact with the god or god servants. So
Yeah, but that's not asking for favors. That's asking for questions.
yeah, but like, okay, will you lead the way? Is a question.
Well, like, where is
no
the...
is an answer, but like, will
Yeah,
you help
fair
us
enough.
get to where we need to go?
Wait, I actually do have a bit of a question before we actually do pray to the gods.
As opposed to.
Well, I'm just thinking. May correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Geffen have like a bit of an issue with the god of death? Like, aren't they
It's
sort of
less,
a little
less
bit
of an
at
issue.
odds?
Less of an issue, more of a
Rivalry?
no, not even that. They don't care. Well, I don't know if Cairo even thinks about it. But Gethin just doesn't. It's almost as if they have a very similar job, but they both do their own thing. I don't know. When I was looking into it, they tend not to even care about one another.
FedEx and UPS.
Yeah. So if that happens between Geffin's court and Cairo, who's to say that other gods aren't the same with other places of the Feywild, especially with something such as the Court of Creation and Ophina? Ophina is natural, creation is... Well, we saw the map, it's less natural, it's...
I think the gods tend
creation.
to... The gods tend to keep away from the Fey, as the Archfey tend to keep away from here.
So, an interesting point though, so I'll test it. I'll give you that. I mean,
well, the words
say no.
Like, yeah.
I don't think we're going to infuriate the gods by asking. I mean, what is a prayer if not asking for the gods to step in and oversee something? And if it does annoy them so much that it incurs our wrath, then there are a lot of people to be pissed off with. So, okay.
Yeah, I think it is a good idea. We can try asking, but I guess you're right. No is an answer. Complete sentence.
I do have a question for God.
Why?
If I were to use my divine intervention, is that solely to interact with my own god?
Yes,
which is
divine
Celesta,
intervention is solely for Celesta, or whichever god. Yeah.
Okay. So I can't use that to give a boost to the prayer.
No.
But it's also super unreliable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's better than literally just praying.
You'd be better off with a religion check, trying to argue that.
Well, are you, Archon? Are you going to cast whichever spell it was?
I mean, if people are cool with it, it does require 25 gold worth of incense. I don't have that.
Wait, I'm sure we picked that up, didn't we?
No, I know that Nyx has given it me in the past.
Nyx wouldn't have bought any more.
Yeah, so I could potentially make incense if I've learned.
It says
I don't think
spell. It also says that the spell, if the components are made from it.
Yeah. I mean, incense. I googled how hard it is to make incense. It's literally it's like plant extracts and bits of wood. It's not hard.
So this is the perfect place to make incense.
Yeah, so I could do it, but
It's for legend lore.
Oh, that was who we brought incense for. Yeah.
I mean,
you guys could just make some checks and look around.
Yes, I'm going to look around for what is it? We're looking for a pathway, like a thingy.
You're looking for a portal to the Feywild.
Maeve, darling, detect magic. Darling.
I didn't like the darling. I'll be honest.
Directed at you, dumbass.
Directed at you, darling. Dumbass.
Sweetie pie.
No, too far.
Too far. Sorry.
Fucking Kaz is gonna give you a not Kaz. Ian is gonna give you a slap around the head.
What's the?
First you're buying her jewelry. Now you're calling her sweetheart.
It's not slab. I'm standing right here.
It's so quiet. My stealth is so high.
I'm a rogue.
That's my best female friend you're trying to flirt with, dude.
Yes, sorry. All this spell talk, I just sat down in the mud.
Yeah, the eyes glazed over. Yeah.
Sat down in the mud. He's doing Arnold in The Predator.
But if perhaps, Maeve, you could detect magic, perhaps you could see the portal, perhaps, if there's any currents in the air. I'm just going through the spells I have. I don't think I've got anything particularly useful in this instance. I also have detect magic.
Yes.
I just realised that which town did we head into the Spellbound Woodlands from?
Arios.
Arios.
Okay. Would it have been around the same place that Maeve found the little, like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's a bit late for that. And it also would have been in the backyard of. Well, no, it would have been the backyard of.
Yeah.
I will
confuse
say
me a lot when you. Yeah, carry on.
I will say it's a bit late for that because we've already done the travel and stuff.
Well, no, I mean, through the Spellbound Woodlands, there would have been a. I don't know how it works. Originally, it was that she lived close to the Spellbound Woodlands, and then the map showed that it wasn't close at all, so she couldn't have wandered that far. So
There's also
it was
as well. So it's like,
it was basically in Farios there was sort of like a Alice in Wonderland style, not rabbit hole, but like notch in a tree,
like the Spellbound Glade. Let's call it.
That she could climb through, and we then discussed it would have been into the Spellbound Woodlands.
Okay.
I
imagine. Sorry, go on.
No, go on. It's fine.
No, I was gonna say I imagine casting detect magic in here. I'm gonna be overwhelmed because it's probably.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say if you cast it would have been like you would have seen like a magical sheen to everything.
Yeah. So that drum beat that we can hear.
You can't hear it currently.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can only hear it sometimes.
Can we keep walking until we hear it?
You can walk around. Yeah, you can. No one's
would know there was like a drum beat.
Yeah.
So I think she would.
I was thinking of while people were talking. I was thinking while people were talking to wander off, but I've decided against it.
Okay, so if you guys are starting to walk, Beth, can you roll me a d6?
Portal. Oh, portal.
6. Okay.
As we're walking, I'm going to be tapping trees to see if they open up a portal.
Hello.
I know I've described.
Imagine one of the trees slaps you on the back of the head.
I've described porridge in the past as celestial. Because I don't think at the time when we did the initial, because it's like a pre-session 1 thing, that I was super clear on what the Fae was as being like the source of magic. It hasn't really come up since, but I know last time we went, you allowed me to, in flavour, change him from a normal magpie to the rainbow darling that we see now. There's another darling. That's my word of the day. And with that in mind, I'll be like, hey, porridge buddy, we need to find this portal. Do you want to have a little scoochy scout around to see if you see what your magpie eyes see?
Your magpie eyes see.
And I like paper arrow.
Your avian eyes see.
Him into the tree. Like sky rather, not a tree.
Slap on the tree.
Bird strike.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say these words. This isn't to Porridge's thing. This is to
that
the
image.
to the realm. I don't know whether to be happy or annoyed that you roll a 6. Because
that gets us a portal to the land of creation.
Because it gets you to a portal.
Guys, I solved it.
The but here is that I've made 5 random encounters that are all fully fleshed out. So.
Oh my god.
So no,
he's cheating.
You fucking stumble into that bit of the woods. It's like the start of Nightmare Before Christmas. There's like 6 portals around us. Which one do you want, guys?
So as you
put it as a random encounter to find a portal.
Because it was going to be random. I mean, it's fine. It's just funny.
Yeah, but it's a 1 in 6 chance that somebody's going to roll a 6.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want it to be too high. I didn't want it to be too low. I thought 6 was fine. It's fine. But yeah, as you are traveling,
fine. I'm just gonna cry.
No, it's fine. I'll just make you guys come here at some other point. But
you can just put in random encounters whenever you want.
No, I know.
I specifically wanted to explore the Spellbound Woods. It's like, right, the portal. So right, we'll set up base here. We'll come back here in 20 minutes. Like.
Well, here's the question: do you want me to put in one of the random encounters right here? Okay.
I clearly want to do one.
No, I was just wondering. Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Okay. So as you're traveling, no, what do you mean random portal?
I could have sworn I
You
just
also
saw a
could have
portal.
lied.
The portal disappeared from
I
there.
know, I could have lied.
Find the portal just after a random encounter.
Yeah, I was gonna let's do that. So yeah, as you're going, Maeve, you're like the portal's behind this place, but
Dun dun.
yeah.
Ah.
You know what I just realised what you could have done? You could have had all 6 of us roll a d6, and then the numbers on that is the random encounters we got, and the people who rolled 6 are the ones who see portals after those random encounters.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
Things with portals.
No, I don't think with portals. As you're going, you begin you're traveling in not a random direction, because you're sort of like trying to gauge where to go, and there's some innate connection with Maeve's lineage, that's what I was looking for, towards like the Fae. But as you're walking, you sort of come across a denser part of the forest where the sky is almost completely blotted out by the trees above. And as you continue to move...
trees.
Sorry?
I'm tapping trees for portals.
Okay. The trees are treeing. But as you're moving, you sort of turn the corner on like a very dense part of the forest, and you come across what appears to be a ancient-looking stone structure with sort of thick vines wrapping around carved stone, and around the area appears to be runes or markings. Let me change the map here.
Ooh, this is cool. Is it this dark?
Yeah.
The trees are blotting out the sun.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask a question straight off the bat. The symbols we see on the ground, are they actually like that?
They're pretty similar, yeah.
Okay. And
they're a bit more detailed than I will describe them, but they're in those sort of configurations.
Okay. And maybe it's just because they are lined and white, but are they similar to the markings that Maeve has?
I would
They do look a little bit similar to
I
that.
would say yes. However, two of you can read the sort of language that these runes and markings are.
Sylvan.
Sorry?
Are they Sylvan?
They are not Sylvan. The two people who recognize the language, because I had to look through all the character sheets to see who recognized it, is Sidon and Cass, because they are written in Primordial.
Hey! Wait, Cass, you speak Primordial too?
Yeah.
It's a great language, Primordial.
Yeah.
I got
technically,
extra credit on the academy when studying extra languages, and I chose Primordial as well.
Yeah.
Similar thing.
And you're looking in this area, and a lot of it repeats the same phrase, just in sort of varying ways. And it reads, "The primordials must drink the elements of creation."
That sounds very cannibalistic.
Yeah. I'm going to use my sun staff to shed like a light for 50 feet around me, and I want to see if I see any more writing that isn't immediately obvious to be seen.
It's not immediately obvious. Well, it is kind of immediately obvious, but you walk forward up to this center altar area where there are the most bits of writing, and around that center bit is the mix of that same phrase, as well as a few images that are sort of moved between them. And the images show, in no particular order, a set of hands a blade, a set of armor, and a circular shield. Each of which appeared to be imbued with like an ancient natural type magic.
Can you post it? Do you have that written down? That you posted me, sorry.
Which bit?
All of it. Like the riddle and the pictogram.
It's this and
Not more weapons and shields. And why is it us two up front again?
oh, they look weird, but
It's because Celesta's light travels faster than everything else. But you may wonder, how did the good darkness get there first?
A set of hands, a blade, a set of armor, a circular shield. It's the same setup as the.
Please don't touch anything, Silent.
I'm not going to. But is that the same setup as the ones inside that tomb?
no. This is a different puzzle.
Looking at the style of armor and the weapons and everything, does that remind me of anything?
They appear to be relatively generic. The armor just looks like, maybe a breastplate or half plate type armor. The weapon appears to be just like a very simple short sword. The shield is just like there's very little detail, like circular shield, and then the hands are just like a set of hands. But each of them do look like they have some sort of energy to them. I don't know the best way to describe it. There's like a natural type. Yeah.
And just to confirm, these are diagrams, depictions of them.
Yes.
They're not actually just sitting there. It's not like a pair of hands just sitting there.
No, yeah, it's a depiction of that. Sort of like in this
when we
central
put our
bit.
hands on the altar.
Nothing. Hold stone.
Yes. You're gonna have
Can
to
I
hold me back a second because I think I really want to touch one of the glowing diagrams.
They're not
I'm going to
glowing.
stand behind
They're not
Silent
glowing.
and just grab him by the by the colored
It's
belt
not-
he has.
It's artistically designed.
Yeah,
to
it's
look
artistically
like-
showing like an infused item or.
Oh, okay, I see. I
I've
misunderstood that. I
drawn
thought when you said
circles
infused.
around some shit. These things here, I assumed perhaps wrongly that these were the receptacles of where we need to put the elements of creation.
I will say they look like braziers.
Braziers, yeah.
Okay, can I light them then?
With what?
Prestidigitation.
Yeah.
Presentation works.
You light
yeah.
them up, they light up red. Or whichever one lights up like fire or whatever spell.
Well, it's like a torch now, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Did anything happen when we do that?
No.
Okay.
Can I do a religion check to see if the phrase is known to me, like what it general context is used for? Because my first thought is like blood, because we are,
If
poetic
you wanna
stuff.
I will say maybe not a religion check because you get the sense this isn't a religious
thing.
place. I will say this is for anyone, a nature check maybe, or possibly maybe just like a fly investigation check.
I'm gonna give it nature and give myself some guidance.
Can I ask a quick question? Can I tell what primordial language it is?
It's
it
a
just,
mix.
is it just flat primordial, or is it like a specific one of the
It's
elements?
a mix of all of them, all the four elemental ones.
They'll change the day the Fire Nation.
Hey, Sidon, this looks like southern
if you
primordial to me. How about you?
Really, I thought that was Terran.
Yeah, so like
Really?
it's a mix of what are they? Terran, Aquan,
Oran and Ignan.
South
yeah, it's a mix of all
and Texan.
of them. With a 21, no, 22. Oh, God, my math is off. That's awful. With a 22 for Archeron, the phrase and sort of the mix of languages and stuff does imply that sort of not what Cass said. The elements of creation do appear to be talking about the natural elements, as in earth, fire, water, and air.
Greek ones, yeah. Okay, we're talking about the classical elements. Earth, air, fire, water. Basically, we've got to make Captain Planet, guys.
We have to what?
We got to make Captain Planet in this bitch.
So
I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
You
I
know what
don't
Captain
follow.
Planet is? Oh, it's a great TV show when I was a kid.
What the hell's a TV?
Okay.
Oh, you mean the play?
Yes. Yes.
No, the major image ones.
I will say these new hand wraps I brought, they have primordial runes on it, and I believe they're Auron because they were described to me as wind-based. So I don't know if that helps.
For the purpose of this, Asher,
Yes.
would you consider cold damage being akin to water?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Should I stop holding you backsided, or do you still?
Yeah. No, I'm good now.
Okay.
Just the whole time they've been thinking, Cass has just been like holding his arms back.
Yeah, just absentmindedly.
So,
Yeah, Sidon didn't care. It was like, yeah, just chill. I mean, if you want to keep holding my arms, it's your prerogative.
these things here are these like. So these things here are braziers, right?
But they're so firm.
So all of the I mean, how do I describe it? These looking ones are clearly braziers with like coals in them.
Yeah.
Those two appear to be bowls, or like some sort of basin.
Well, obviously we have to fill them with blood.
Yes, Josh.
What the?
Exactly.
Blood was not my first thought when I heard the phrase "elements of creation."
What about the
what
blood
happens-
of the elements?
This didn't say blood anywhere. It says drink the elements. Right. Okay. What happens when I cast Firebolt into here?
It hits the stone side and just like scatters off of it.
Does it deal any damage?
No.
No?
Yeah. Okay. So this is a guess, friends. I'm going to grab this bit of wood off the floor because we're in a forest. I presume there's wood. I'm going to hold it over the fire that I've set here, so it catches, and I'm going to drop the burning log into there. And then presumably we have not come out without rations and stuff, so I'm going to pour some water in there as well. It's a forest, presumably there's shit everywhere, so I'm going to get a handful of dirt and fifth element this bitch, and then I will just like blow on it. See if that does anything.
You're going to what this time?
I'm going to blow on it.
Nothing happens.
Okay, well, it's worth a shot.
What about if we did it to both balls at the same time?
Can anyone
There are
else?
multiple-
Can anyone else do this? Can anyone else cast Firebolt or a fire spell?
Wait, I'm just
No,
going
but
to
I was
grab.
just gonna do what you did and grab some wood and then throw it in that bowl.
I'm going to grab a burning piece of wood. I'm just going to try it with every ball, and if nothing changes, I'm going to try to put it on the table itself.
Putting like a bit of fire or whatever in all of the braziers doesn't do anything. I mean, it lights them up, but it doesn't do anything.
I think we need to either be worried about these things here or the altar. So trying the entire thing again on the altar. So fire, bit of water, bit of dirt from the floor, and then just wafting it with my cloak.
Nothing happens.
Okay, well, it isn't the fifth element, guys. I don't know.
Has anybody tried to put blood in?
No.
will.
I'll try it. Oh.
No,
But
mate.
if I do it first, I'm going to run a blade across my palm and put it on the
Jesus.
counter.
Why your
I have more
palm?
hit points than you.
Why your palm?
No,
That's
you
the worst
don't. I
bit
got
to do.
aided.
No, you didn't. You got aided yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also,
fuck.
your palm.
Oh,
That's
fuck.
the worst bit. If you're going to cut your hand, do the back of your hand. Don't
Yeah,
do your
but
hand.
more blood this way, and I can't heal myself.
But,
I mean, she's right, but not.
but
not.
you see,
Yeah. You cut. You take 1 point of slashing damage, and you put blood on altar. Nothing happens.
Well, that was a waste. I'm going to grab my hand.
waste of
I don't
blood.
need anywhere.
Sidon grabs wood. Do I?
You just did.
I did. I know I just did, but I mean, do I put it on the altar? What if I punch the altar?
Don't not punch
You
a
hurt your hand and
primordial
nothing
altar.
happens.
I'm going to start casting Detect Magic.
Okay.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to do that. It's a waste of time. They can do that. Lay my hands on the altar, and I'm going to cast Identify.
Okay.
Is this really simple and we're just being fucking stupid, or have you actually given us a hard puzzle?
I actually think we can just take the weapons and nothing.
What weapons? There's no weapons.
It's carvings of weapons.
It's pictures, yeah.
Oh, it's carvings.
They're pictures.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jesus.
The puzzle isn't too tough, but I mean, it's not the easiest one.
Would a 5-year-old be able to solve it?
Probably not.
Then we've got no chance, Asher.
Wait, hold on.
Can I just put my shield on the altar?
I was just about to say, with Ultron with his hands on the altar, Cass puts her shield on the altar. Drac, give me one of your swords, just temporarily.
Sorry, what?
Just give me a knife or something, temporarily.
Yeah, sure.
I put the knife on the altar. And does anyone have any armor they're not wearing?
I have this standard leather armor that I don't use.
Grab that and put
We
that
were
on the
just at a town where you could sell that. Why do you still have that?
Because I didn't think about it.
With all the powers combined, nothing happens.
Fuck's sake!
Maybe it needs to be magical.
Perhaps this is.
I will detect magic just to see.
Okay.
Perhaps it's just like a bit of graffiti.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
With a
Just
detect
to fuck with
magic,
people.
with a detect magic, Maeve, you get something. Sorry, my brain was overwhelmed with nothing. Then you get some pings, I guess is the best word, from each of the braziers. They appear to be evocation, and from the altar you get transmutation.
All the braziers are lit, right?
Ultron said he lit them all, so...
Yes.
So it's just what was it? It's what was it? It was
all the braziers evocation.
Evocation.
The altar transmutation.
This is gonna sound weird, but... Because Oh no, Prestidigitation is a transmutation spell, isn't it? Not an evocation spell.
And it's also just normal fire at this point.
Yeah, I know it is. I just wasn't sure if something was...
What's thrown me a little bit, and I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, is that there are more than 4 braziers. If there were 4 braziers, I would say pick one element each. But since there is an odd number of them, it's thrown me. Unless I'm not seeing one, because the line is very heavy on the map.
Right, so...
Oh, there's loads, but
more. But I will say just this is the 4 regular earth, fire, water, avatar cycle.
All the braziers are lit. If we fill both of the basins with water, and then put a rock on the tablet, has anyone got any wind spells?
No, but again, I think my hand wrapped, and I know this is stretching it. But
for the sake of this, I will count air as either force or lightning.
I can produce force damage.
You're not that strong.
Oh, I should say. I would say. Sorry, I'll say force or thunder. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Don't worry too much about the actual spells themselves, because I've got all elements.
That was satisfying. Whoever did that.
I mean, I wouldn't have to waste key point. I would not have to do anything except punch the air.
I will say, with the detect magic move, that the braziers do appear to from the fire that's in them. They do appear to hold some of that magic from the prestidigitation. However, it doesn't appear very strong.
So what? It needs to be actual fire.
Well, it's actual fire now, but from the prestidigitation, it appears that it was not. It's not holding very much of it, the magic of it.
1 minute, 1 second. I'm assuming that this is everyone's talking out loud, right? And all this information is shared.
Once that information is shared, that Maeve suggested, Sidon did start punching the air.
I'm gonna firebolt one of the braziers then.
Okay, you firebolt it. You firebolt it, and it's still fire. Still.
Did it alter the vibe she's getting from it at all?
For the point. So you cast a spell, and obviously there's like a residual bit of fire from the firebolt, and for a minute, I say a minute, 6 seconds or so, the detect magic does show it to be a bit brighter, but then it just dulls back down again.
Right. So rather than using a spell to light it, does anybody have like a what's it called?
Like tinderbox?
Tinderbox.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sure between 7, 8 people, one of them
We
has
light
a
it with
tinderbox.
that, so it's not magic.
Okay, I'll put them all out, dampen them with magic.
Prestidigitation. you can dampen with prestidigitation as well. You can just turn them off.
When the prestidigitation is used to like dampen them, it does glow a little bit more again, but then fades with the fire fading, the spell fading.
But once the fire's gone, they're still filled with evocation magic, right?
Like a little bit.
Yeah.
So if we light it with the tinderbox, does it have a different vibe?
There is. It does not change it. No.
Ugh.
We got to assume, okay, any puzzle in D&D shouldn't be based on party composition, so we shouldn't need to worry too much about what we specifically can do, but to focus on the original thing. If the primordials mustering the elements of creation. So there's 2 people here who speak primordial, right?
Mm-hmm.
They presumably need to drink water. Well, if they can choke down a cup of mud, and whilst holding a candle and taking force or thunder lightning damage, potentially for the earth. For the air. That I don't know might cut it.
Can we just
when you say that,
begin with the water and see
functioning.
if anything changes, and if not, just assume it doesn't work?
Well, it says all of the elements. It doesn't say must drink some of the elements of creation. It says the elements of creation are the 4 classical elements: earth, air, fire, and water. Therefore, my current proposition is a primordial, or someone who can speak primordial, ergo Sidon yourself, or potentially both of you, must therefore drink the elements to do whatever. So.
Oh look, I have an iron stomach. Just pass me the shit.
Okay, here is a cup of mud, Sidon.
Can you at least do prestidigitation? Thank you. Could you at least cast prestidigitation to make it taste good?
No, because we know that the spells affect the
well, how am I going to drink down fire?
I have resistance. The spell.
And what am I going to do for drinking down air? I heard that swallowing the air is.
Like the drink.
Yeah, the fireball drink.
Cinnamon whiskey.
Mix some mud into it.
Hit some mud in your eye. No, so I suggest we try to. If you hold right here's a burning piece of fire. Sorry, all fire's burning. Here's a burning log on fire. Hold this. You drink your cup of mud, and I will hit you with the lowest impact. What was it? A lightning? Was it force or lightning? You said
force or thunder.
Force or thunder. I will hit you with the lowest value force or thunder spell I can. That's of course your chicken.
Mud, water, fire.
Yeah.
Silent, you're very brave for doing this sacrifice for us. I will
make
never
a con
forget
save
it.
that will
Yes,
undoubtedly roll a nat 1.
I was going to say con save either way, but
it's an 11.
What spells are Tron casting for the?
So I'm looking for a spell that can. Oh, you know what? This
I have lightning law.
I was going to say there are 2 people here who can cast Eldritch Blast, which is 4 damage.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I was looking at my spells, and the only one I could think of that wouldn't do too much was Dragon's Breath.
Jesus Christ!
Maeve, if you would like to roll the damage.
Oh no!
Remember, brutal crits.
No.
What have you
Do you
done?
have a Fling Blast, by the way, or Agonizing Blast?
She has agonizing.
Agonizing.
Oh god.
It's gonna
I've
be
never
funny.
rolled a nat 20 on a fucking Eldritch Blast, and the one time I do it, it's
Hey, it's
against Poseidon.
Wow.
So satisfying, right?
Oh, okay.
No, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. It's good. It's
Wasn't
fine.
too bad. Yeah, so Simon,
I
you
mean,
take,
it's kind of fitting though that she crits
Okay.
Sidon.
Simon, like
I
an
see what's
like
happening like mid-drink.
Simon,
No,
like an
very well.
insane person. You have a glass of mud. You're holding a bit of fire.
It's not gonna
You're
work.
I
What
know.
was it? What was it? Glass of mud, thing of fire. What was it? The rest of it?
And the rest of
Candle.
mud is earth and water.
Okay,
Wasn't
yeah.
burning
And then
branch,
Eldritch
and now
Blast.
he's getting
Yeah, so as you're preparing, you drink down the mud, you get hit with Eldritch Blast in your stomach, you kind of probably puke a little bit of it up. The fire's in your hand, and nothing happens.
Well, worth a
I
shot.
think we should call it a night, guys.
Yeah.
Does this
okay?
altar look like a tomb? Like
No.
a coffin?
No, it looks like a stone altar.
Did
I'm
my
gonna walk up to the
identify
door.
tell us anything?
That's what I was about to do. Can I walk up to what I assume is a door?
I'm gonna walk up to the door and I'm gonna say, listen, I'm gonna level with you. We're all fucking stupid, so if you could just open the door, that would be fantastic. Or give us more clear instructions.
I'm gonna stop
Okay.
just
what-
punching
what-
the door with all my might.
What I'll say is, watching all of this is Cassian, who's
Oh
smart.
yeah, here we go.
He's smart.
He's so smart. He
I mean,
stood
he
there
is,
for 10
man.
minutes and let us beat up Sidon.
Well, no.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone enjoyed that other than Sidon. Let's be honest.
Sidon, by the way, he's not in the best mood now, and he is just he is genuinely just wailing on the door to see if it will open. If it is a door, he doesn't even know if it is a door.
Sidon for the kills.
Sorry,
Sidon,
before you
you're
carry
here
on
for
with the
22.
Cassian, does my identify on the table identify anything interesting?
Oh yeah. The identify on the table. Trying to think of what it might be identified as. There is definitely some form of magic to it. As obviously Maeve saw as like transmutation. I'll say I don't have it's not a magic item, but I'll say you sort of get something like almost like an infusing stone, where you get the sense that if the conditions were met and you placed something on the table, something was on the table, it could be infused with the energies around it.
Oh, okay. I pass that on. So wait, okay. Does anyone have mundane weaponry? I know Cassian, you do, unfortunately for you. That's all you fucking got. Does anyone else? I have this piece of armor that I've been looking around. So I can.
Nix has mundane half plate,
I
a
also
mace.
have mundane stuff, which I could do with making knots.
I have a mundane weapon as well.
I'm gonna lay my on it.
Question. I have to spell holy weapon. Would radiant count as fire because light?
Not in this case. I will
Okay.
say in this case, Earth was the most difficult one. I'm gonna say for this is acid or poison.
Oh, okay.
It's the only thing that it would make sense.
Yeah. For fire, it's fire. For water, it's cold, and for air, it's force or thunder.
Okay. With that in mind, then I'm going to take off my chain armor,
Mm-hmm.
lay it on the table,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm going to shoot a chromatic orb at it with cold.
What type of armor is it?
It's chain shirt.
It's chain. Yeah. So you shoot the chromatic orb at the armor, and it hits the armor.
Nothing happens. Like
No.
When I see him, when I catch a glimpse of Archon doing that as I'm wailing on the door,
Hands for
I
play.
turn
Set
around
up
and I
hands.
just I turn around and say, wait, are you guys doing the thing I did a minute ago that didn't work?
No. What you did earlier was you attacked the table with nothing on it.
No, I waited for you to put your hands on there and then put everything on there that it was requested, apart from the specific armor, which I think.
I don't think you require all 4 items. I can't. It's strange.
Nix. I'll make intelligence checks for Nix and Cassian to see if either of them can give a hint. 14's pretty decent. Jesus Christ!
Damn, double
Fucking
crit.
Double
Nix,
that 20s.
okay, well,
Okay.
I kind of have to give a proper hint for this, don't I? Cassian says, "Well, Maeve, you said that with your detect magic, that with the braziers, it appeared as if when the prestidigitation or the firebolt was done on them, that they sort of glowed more with the magic, but not very much. Perhaps if we tried magic of a higher level on them, that might do something else."
Okay.
Everyone stand aside. I'm going to cast. Let's do. Yeah, why not? Let's do Wall of Fire.
Where, pray tell?
Across these 4, maybe?
What's the range on Wall of Fire?
1 moment.
Is it 60?
I
It's
get
bigger than
the
60, isn't it?
60 feet long. 60. Well, that's the range. 60 foot long. So
Yeah.
you could get. You get 3 of them.
Can I do it like that? So I get 4.
You could get 2 of the braziers and 2 of the.
The bowls don't count.
The bowls are. The brazier is the only thing that Maeve saw that had like a magic thing to them.
Oh, okay. Wait, do I have maybe Scorching Ray or something so I can hit multiple more?
Unless you're upcast, a Scorch Ray would also hit 3.
Hang on. 20 feet. I can drop a 5.
I'm willing to cast level 5 Scorching Ray.
If you want
I
to.
get to hit 6. Yeah, I'll do Scorching Ray 5th level so I can hit 6 of them
Okay.
at the same time.
Wait. What?
Oh.
What? Wait. You could. What does he do? A level 5 scorching ray.
Yeah.
Just to get 6 shots.
Magic missile level. I could have sorted this out with a fucking. What? Wouldn't it be easier to do a fireball? You wouldn't get more with a fireball.
No, because it's 6
I don't
direct
get more
shots
than
with
6
Scorching
with
Ray.
the fireball.
And you have to use fireball in multiple locations to hit all of them at the once.
Yeah, so if I do Scorching Ray, there's only 1 missing, which I assume is going to be this one, which is furthest away.
I can run down there and I can
with the chromatic orb. I'll do that for
Okay. So Cass,
Okay.
you cast Scorching Ray, and obviously your magic is like a yellowy gold type.
Yeah.
And they sort of shoot out towards each of the braziers, and for a second they glow that golden yellow, orangey fire color, but then they begin to it begins to change color as the flame sort of burns up, and it goes from this sort of golden color to a vibrant blue from each of the ones that you hit.
Yeah.
And you can see some of the runes around the area begin to glow that blue color.
Well, at least something is working now.
Why did level spells work and cantrips didn't?
Because they're leveled spells, they're like 20 times stronger.
And Jens, what were you doing?
I launched a chromatic orb at the final one, so they're all touched.
Do you do a specific one?
Fire.
Damage type? Cool. So the last one also glows that same blue color. It goes from the Archon's magic color to that vibrant blue. And as that last one is hit, you watch as all of the runes glow that same blue color. 1 second.
Oh.
And you can see that the basins begin to almost magically fill on their own, turning into like this multicolored liquid of the varying elements, even though you only put in fire. It's fine. And in the center is Archeron's chain still in the chainmail still in the center.
Yeah, I've seen that's what it does. You pick an item and you chuck it on there and it imbues it.
Oh, I
Okay.
also left my shield on there, but it's fine. We can say I picked that up.
Well, I don't know if it's limited to one at a time. I only want to try one at a time in case it broke it. 'Cause it's a high resource cost to launch fucking 5th level.
And sort of as these runes are glowing, you watch as they begin to coalesce and sort of from the outside in begin to get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, but the armor in the middle is glowing a bright blue for the same amount of time. And then as the area goes dark again, you can see that the armor is sitting there, but I assume Detect Magic lasts like 10 minutes. So, Maeve, you can see that armor is now very clearly magical.
Is it hot to the touch?
It's quite cool.
Quite cool. Okay. Does anyone mind if I waste 10 minutes identifying it because I don't have the spell prepared?
Why don't you just put it on? It's your chain.
I don't know. What if it sets me on fire?
Archon, do you know how to put on chain?
Yeah, he's the not
I've been wearing it. I've been wearing it for almost as long as we've known each other.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, when
I
he took
wear it
off
under
the
my
levels.
Yeah, I took 1 level in Artificer so I could cast
medium
guidance and use medium armor and shields and not have completely dross hit points.
Okay.
Yeah, the 1 level dip in Artificer is as much as any rational person could ever expect to take in the. Okay, I will.
Doing shit. Go at least go to level 2 to get infusions.
No, don't need it. So he's gonna
Infusions
put it on.
you can pay for Artificer.
He's gonna put it on, and then he can identify it whilst he's wearing it. Because he's technically.
So you pick up the armor, and you put it on, and I'll say you identify it over 10 minutes or so. I do need to make an item for it because I wasn't sure what you'd place down, so I didn't want to make a bunch of items and then not use them. This armor, while wearing it, it's not attunement. You gain it is a +1. It becomes +1 chainmail, and you have advantage on saving throws to avoid or end the charmed condition.
Okay.
And also,
in terms of like elemental damage.
No.
Okay.
Also, but I will make that in the week.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you all can see. Oh, I need to remove that. You can see that where you guys were looking at, like where you thought doors were, and I'll be honest, on the map there are actually doors, but I didn't want to make them the whole thing. You can see that crawling up like the middle of that seam in the wall appears to be this blue, almost like blue vines that are just hanging there. And Maeve can tell that they are also some form of magical item.
Like I grab it?
Yeah.
I think I deserve it after I drank mud. Got blasted by a critical Eldritch Blast.
I'm so sorry,
you-
Silent.
dozens
We
of nat
truly didn't mean to do that. I just really thought that maybe was the answer.
You take it, and I will. You can also identify it because it's a magical item, but it happens. You identify it, and I have this item ready because I knew you'd get it. It is basically the coiling grasp tattoo. Weirdly, you mentioned it earlier, James. However, it's slightly different. It is a nature's grasp tattoo. And while it's on your skin, as a bonus action, you can cause it to extrude into grappling vines. For a creature you can see within 15 feet of you, they must succeed a strength save or take 3d6 piercing damage to be grappled. They can try and escape as an action. And it is once per short rest. However, if they succeed the initial save, then the charge isn't used.
Is that meant to be not attunement?
Yeah, it's not attunement.
Okay. Cool.
I will say, I already have a thing that's similar to that. Now, this is slightly more powerful because it's 3d6 piercing damage. But my feat does something similar, where when I deal damage, I can attempt to root someone, and I think the DC might be higher on my feat than that. So,
But that's only on melee attacks, right?
no, it's if I deal damage within 60 feet.
Who's the least bonus action heavy person? Yeah, who doesn't use a lot of bonus? My fire build was maximum.
I can choose not to use bonus actions if I just use normal spells instead of healing words.
My only bonus action that I really use is the Form of Dread.
Yeah, I think we. Wait, how about you, Slap?
It's hard.
Oh, that's just bonus action.
Yeah.
What about Drac? What's Drac's Blood Hunter?
Blood Hunters use so many bonus
Yeah.
actions. Speaking as a Blood
From what
Hunter
I'm
myself.
hearing, it's either Maeve or me, and I'll take it if Maeve doesn't want it.
The new
It'd be
marking,
quite good
Dave, if you
for
want
either
it.
of them, either of them actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, who wants tattoo?
Would Celista want you to have a nature themed tattoo, guys?
Well, as long as it's not connected to any actual gods, and from what I'm seeing, this is not an
More
altar to
primordial.
any gods.
Yeah, this is all nature.
What does it do again?
You get to cast Grasping Vines as a bonus action.
Oh, that's not it.
It's pretty good actually. If they fail it, they take 3d6 damage and they're grappled. Is that 3d6 per turn that they're grappled?
No, it's the initial 3d6.
Okay, that's still not bad.
And then obviously you have to be kind of close to them, but they have to use their action to try and escape from it unless you.
It is within 15 feet.
It's a pretty close range, but
Well,
And it's not a spell.
it's not a spell, no.
Cool.
I mean, with that ring you've got your bonus action for your Eldritch Blast once a day. You've got your Form of Dread, which is once a fight. You've potentially got Hex, but that's not the best use to your spell. I don't know if you still use that as a bonus action. And then you've got this, so you've got realistically 4 good options for your Grasping Vine.
And you're not going to need all of them. And obviously it's one of the most of them are only once per fight.
Well, this is the thing. I'm not immediately like, oh my god, I want it. So if Peru is wanting it,
It's
I'm
just a
happy
good to have because the grapple condition's really good.
It is. The caveat is you have to be within 15 feet, and I don't know how close Maeve wants to get into the fight.
She's Form of Dread. People might not be able to get any closer. So,
I know, yeah.
I'm not bothered.
if people really don't want it, I'll have it. But my own bonus action is really crunchy. I've got shitloads to do with mine.
Yeah, I've got loads of mine as well, and I'm pretty sure my grapple is slightly better, just because I can do it on damage within 60
This is
feet.
attunement, right?
No.
Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Yeah, if nobody wants it, I'll take it.
Yeah, it's just good. It's just, like I say, I've got a lot of things competing for my bonus action, and this is like I can push and kill people and control.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like 4 different
but
creatures.
guys, I'm not very good with needles, so I don't.
It's not
No,
actually
you
like a
don't have to-
tattoo. It's like
it'll just sliver onto your arm and then stay there.
yeah.
Okay.
Because that's better.
It's like one of those. Did you ever get one of those bands, those snap bands that you just flick over your arm? It's one of them.
Only as a cruel joke on others.
Wow. But you will. We will end probably in the next 10 minutes or so because I just want to get you to the portal and then we'll finish. But
Quick question before we do anything further. if we were to light these again with leveled spells,
Oh, yeah, Maeve, you can tell that they're not inert, but they are very low power mode, and you get the sense that it could be used once every 7 days.
Get it on the way out then.
Yeah, if you wanted to.
no, we're using the Feywild to teleport us
You
halfway across the
vaguely
world.
know where it is now. So, it's kind of close to the
Well,
pole,
we don't
but
know
not
where
close
here
enough.
is.
That's true.
Can I make an effort to memorize the path we took to get here?
Make me a... I don't want to say history check, because you're going to succeed.
Pick up the key mind feat and then yes.
Yes, that one.
I tell you what, would survival suit you better?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna
Guidance.
give myself guidance though. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Can I also make a survival check
14
to
plus
try and
Well,
Yeah.
18.
Hey.
I would say the DC is 20.
Okay.
Oh, what the?
There you go. Sidon,
You
you
said
might
that
be able
after seeing the roll.
I
You
was gonna say
cheated.
it beforehand. I was so Side, you might be able to get you guys back here.
I remember the path. I've got a good mind for the terrain.
No. You roll perception, please, Simon.
Is it because you're a wandering warrior?
Yes,
I
I know how
but
the
yeah,
terrain works.
you move away from the what do they call it? The ancient temple. And you sort of go right just past it, and you're like, something's off in this direction. And as you're walking, still in that sort of darker area of the forest, and you're like, where's that light coming from? And you sort of turn, and you can see some of the marks on Maeve are glowing very slightly.
Oh.
Maeve, you're
Amazing.
glowing today, and that's
Glowing.
not just a compliment on your makeup. And
Wearing makeup.
uh-oh.
Okay, Affleck.
Guys,
Wait, you said some of them.
I just meant like slightly
The ones that
glowing.
we can see.
The ones that you can see are glowing.
Okay, right, okay.
And like that white sort of.
It's just like a very fake glow underneath her t-shirt.
Well, no, I just wasn't sure if it was like her ones on her arm and not her face. Okay, cool. So Maeve's mark something. Okay. Is this,
Wait, if there was a portal into the Fae,
Hmm.
and I was to like step in and out of it, it'd be like a strobe light.
We did that in fucking unison then. That was crazy.
You continue on for not much longer, maybe 15-20 minutes from like where the temple was. It's really conveniently close, and you sort of see the foliage is lessening a bit, and you can almost see in front of you radiating a light that's radiating like a yellow blue color and fading in and out a little bit. And going towards it, you hear the rush of a river, and you begin to see a like loosely carved steps going up to a pool above. Sorry, that's really confusing. And above that water is what appears to be a circular portal type pattern with a rainbow sort of making the arc at the top.
Oh, that's awesome.
Hey guys, I think we might have found the portal.
I've seen this map before.
You think?
Yeah, Beth used it.
Yeah, I was going to say this is the fight.
Beth used it for the dragon, for the null.
Yeah.
No fair. I realized it when I was looking. I was like, oh, a second.
Oh, Sidon, to make up for before, I have some apple slices if you want them.
I'm
Can I
alright,
just
thank you
say-
very much, Gav.
Mm.
If Gethin wasn't already in my bad books,
Mm.
right? For the whole not telling me the truth thing.
Mm.
He's now even more in my bad books, because why the fuck did I have to crawl through a hole in a tree when places like this existed? And why the fuck did I have to, like, split open another tree to get in the first time? And, like, when he opened his portal, he just, like, whoop, stepped out of it. Look at this! Why did I have to crawl through a tree?
Well,
fair-
to be fair, did you
different-
know how to swim at the time?
Also, some people just have no style, mate.
Yeah.
This
Also,
is-
you have to bear in mind, he's got an aesthetic to uphold. The guy is in the court of death, like, coordinate and whatnot. He's got to have like a little bit of pizzazz, and for him, that is splitting trees open.
Where do I get my fashion sense from? Because it's not my mother, and it's certainly not my father.
Well, it's all of
Maybe you always were destined to be.
Black sheep.
I'm going to snap my fingers at you. Yes.
Destined
Fucking nail on the head there, Simon.
Yeah. I'm going to ask God something. Is the portal I was pushed through when I first arrived to the Fae like this?
No.
Okay.
This is a lot more. This looks a lot more permanent.
Without really thinking, can I just walk up to the portal and start going through it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
Presumably that's what we're here to do, right?
I'll just put you guys around the edge of it. Like here. Probably not in the water, but.
I will
It's
gather
not so
some
wet.
of the water into a vial, like a vial for examination later.
You can.
I taste water.
It's quite cool.
Pure.
It's like very
Spring
pure.
water.
It's a little bit when you drink it, your mouth gets a little bit tingly. Almost like you had something
Lemon
sour. Yeah. But not like to make that face. But it does taste a little bit like you get that tingly feeling. But it's very cool and refreshing.
I'm going to fill my water skin with it.
I'm gonna dump my head in it and just drink a load of it after I drank from mud.
Like a dog.
That's fair. But yeah, you can see looking through this portal, it appears to show white-topped mountains and snow-covered ground, which you would know is the environment of the Court of Creation.
How deep is this water? Do we have to swim across this small little pond to get into the portal, or can we walk across this water?
You can't walk across the water, but it's only...
You're not
probably-
Jesus.
At most, it's probably
Shanghai.
yeah, Shanghai. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for.
Let me rephrase. What I meant when I said walk over the water, I meant like wade through the water.
That's
Be a
gonna
wade.
be way steep.
Yeah, I assume you guys are...
I
Walking
am worried about one thing. When Archeron tried to go into the Court of Creation through the front door, if you will, I'm fairly sure you...
Those phantasms.
Yeah, it's Phantasm, and there were guards there, weren't there?
Mm-hmm.
So if this is going to take us into the centre, I don't know where it will take us, but if it's also guarded...
Well, you're...
I'm sure it'll be fine. We can convince anyone.
It's might be a sore spot, but you're connected to some really higher ups in the Fae court. So
That's the problem. All the courts don't get along.
Don't you have like the what's it called,
A symbol of us, yeah.
I may hold a small amount of power in the Court of Shades, but I'm not sure of any of the others. I don't think Gethin and... Do I know the name of the...
You would know that the Archfey of the Court of Creation is called Malik. Malik the Magnificent.
Not Malik the Liar.
No.
Malik the... what's the word I'm looking for?
the town I was in, well, in the Fae, did it belong to any courts, or was it just like a random city?
What was that, sir?
Well, it was in the Fae, well, that
Oh
town
yeah,
I
that was in the Court of Shapeweavers, which is transmutation.
They're quite like open and nice. Whereas the one that Archeron tried to go to, Phantasms?
Yeah.
They were a bit anal about letting him in. They were like, no, go away.
Well, in fairness, I was some random dude.
Yeah, I know, but...
Barrel him through on a horse.
What I'm saying is, Gethin believes... Tell me if I'm wrong here, but this is going off what I can remember. Gethin believes that the Archfey of the Court of Creation had something to do with his daughter going missing because she went there and then she disappeared. He doesn't get on with Malik. Because...
Malik my balls.
Jesus. That was just out of nowhere. Gethin isn't sure what happened to Chrissa.
But he has an assumption, right?
He thinks what he thinks. However, you would know. I think I mentioned it when you saw him the second time. If not, I will just say it now and say he did tell you. He knows Malik. He's not like on great terms with him. Like, if anything, it's neutral. But he's been there maybe once or twice. However, Mara, who is Maeve's great grandmother, I think.
Yeah.
It's great or great, yeah. After she had that weird, like, ice curse thing, was sent to a place within the Court of Creation, and that is who Chrissa was looking for.
Also,
Before she went missing.
Before she went missing.
Did Gethin confront Malik about it?
I don't think he told you actively, but I'll say that he would mention it when, last time or whenever. You would know that he would have spoken to him about it, and Malik wouldn't have, he said Malik wouldn't have, didn't know anything. He'd met her and seen her, but didn't know what happened to her.
Alright, because I was going off the assumption that there was like a blowout because he accused him of. I don't know where I've pulled that from, but I thought that was something that happened.
Well,
I will say, to the best of Maeve's knowledge, that you don't.
So somebody who was from the Court of Shades would be welcome.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't attack on sight.
Okay.
They would ask you, hey, why the fuck you here? And the Court of Creation it's not, what's the best word? It's very familiar with people randomly teleporting in.
Okay.
Creation is conjuration, which is people randomly teleporting in and out. It's teleportation magic. It's like creating elementals and things like that.
Yeah.
So if people teleport in, they'll probably be like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? But they wouldn't be like, hey, get the fuck out. Unless you teleport in like someone's house.
Well, no, to be fair, worst comes to worst. If they do question why we're here and we can't convince them of our friendly nature, we could always just crack some skulls.
No. God, why is that your go-to for everything?
Well, to be fair, you did hit him pretty good with that Eldritch Blast earlier, so I think he gets a pass on this one.
Can I do it again? Try and knock some sense into him.
You'll make me worse.
I honestly considered. When I bought Nareen, right? I honestly considered when I was buying a harness, buying you a leash, but I thought no, because they'll probably like it. But you do need one, Sidon.
Nah, it'll be fine.
No,
So use that arcane
Isn't
binding
that what the
spell on him.
colored belt around his waist is for?
Can we get one of those leads that like attaches and they get like a little bit of a run, but if they run too far, it stops?
like
Like a
dogs and babies.
like a retractable lead. Can we get him a retractable lead?
I will say, if you get me a lead, I'm going to wander off even more than I already do.
Yeah, but
Maybe
you won't
we don't have the money to buy one that's strong enough to stop him, because, I mean, look at him.
Archon, how would you feel about carrying him in a baby Bjorn?
I mean, I'd struggle to carry him, but I suppose if
if you get your arcade hand to carry me, in a baby beyond
that
that,
feels-
would
that
work.
feels like
spell,
a-
in fact, that I could take, which would make it even more difficult for you to. It would effectively lift you off the floor and prevent you from, scampering about with your feet.
What?
Just make me a deal, right? No crushing skulls unless it's absolutely necessary.
You're talking to me or Simon?
Sidon.
Don't make any promises.
No,
And he
right,
just
then you
ri-
have to stay out here.
He sprints into the portal.
Wait, no, Simon! Oh god.
Let's just,
He
and she's
did
gonna
again.
she's gonna just no, yeah, she's just gonna stand still and just wait for like a good minute before she goes in, just to see what kind of shit he gets up to before they get there.
Maeve.
Oh, I really hope he's the trouble
I was
already.
gonna say, if Maeve is waiting, is anyone else waiting?
I'm waiting. 'cause I
I'm waiting
wanna
maybe
talk to her.
30 seconds, then I get very worried and I jump in.
Doesn't doesn't matter.
This time it doesn't matter right now.
Yeah. Mate, I have access to a spell called Gaius, which would I could tell Sidon that it was
Sidon to.
It would force him to be a reasonable, a real boy.
Well, no, because I think doesn't he have to agree to it?
No, it's a save if he doesn't.
It's a save.
Okay.
Also, I have a spell called Awakening, which you could force some intelligence upon him. I was saving it for a tree, but I suppose Sidon's a good target.
Well,
I don't know if I'm concerned, because I think that if he had any more intelligence, he'd probably be more dangerous.
You'd have to have some for that, Witcher, I'm afraid.
Oh, this version of Sidon is with average intelligence out of 10.
Yeah.
Let me go and see what he's doing.
I will say, by the way, if you cast Geas on Sidon, he will do everything in his power to not follow it, and he will take the damage.
Yeah,
I mean, he will
take damage,
and
but
will die eventually. What I'll ask you guys, before I change the map and describe the scenario, because we will end after I describe it, how long do you guys wait before going into the portal after Sidon?
Only like
Only a couple of days.
You wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm waiting 30 seconds before jumping in because he gets worried.
What I want to happen is for Sidon to go in, be in like the center of this fucking city in the middle of wherever it is, and there to be like guards who are like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "I'm here for this, and if you try and stop me, I'm gonna crack your skull." And then he promptly gets arrested, and we don't have to deal with him for at least a day until we get him out of jail.
Okay, well, what I'll say, Sidon.
Yeah.
You, upon stepping through the portal, you feel as if your body is
cold. Is it very cold?
You feel as your body is temporarily ripped from your home plane, almost like shifting and changing. Your head sort of clouds with this strange humming sensation, and just as you're getting not used to it, but it's becoming overwhelming, your feet touch the ground and your body relaxes slightly. However, only relaxes for a moment. Change the map. It's very cold. You are up here, if you can see yourself. Your body can only relax for a moment as the cold environment of the slightly cool environment of the Spellbound Woodlands is replaced by the harsh cold and biting winds of the tall mountains around you. Looking around, you can see houses that are covered in frost. Though, as you're taking in your surroundings,
I sort of cuddle up to the spear, hoping that's less as one from the spear. Actually,
as you're taking in your surroundings, a few things happen at once.
Mm-hmm.
You turn a corner. Sorry, that didn't make sense. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, I read too far ahead. Turning a corner after your arrival is this armored-looking water elemental with a trident. I'll just make this image bigger so you can see it quickly.
Ooh, nice. Nice.
And at first it appears to be, it moves to like here. And at first it looks like it's looking at you. However, it turns its head slightly, noticing two humanoid figures behind you. One of them appears to be a human woman with round glasses and brown hair. I'll just make this image bigger.
Mm-hmm.
The other appears. The other is a taller woman with like pale red skin and turquoise markings. I'll just make her bigger so you can see her.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, eye patch and a cigar.
What happened to your eye?
And you can see that the two women look to each other, then to the elemental that's staring at them, and then back at you. And they have like the tall woman has this frustrated look as you see the elemental let out a strange bubbling sound. Then, in a very neutral voice, it says, "You are coming with me. Lay down your weapons. The two women look at each other, and the larger of the two reveals a two-handed great axe, and snarls and says, "Come and get me then," while the other gets ready holding a lute, pushing her glasses up. And that's where we'll pick up next time.